I think we'll play back to that. So that's why I'm taking my time to go through that. I just for Kolata Macharia from Kenya. She's also a trainer in journalism and media. She's a worker. Please give me 1 minute. I'm trying to do just a brief bio for her. So we'll be taking her remarks also from Kenya. Give me 1 minute, please. Okay. She's a professional coach and also a trainer who feels most fulfilled when she is cultivating human potential. She's a certified leadership coach and also an international behavior and communication skill consultant. So we'll be taking both remarks now from Kenya and also from USA. Please. ICT, welcome. And two remarks. One from Jill and the other one from Coletta in Kenya. Thank you very much.
That's such a good question. So I think career development is about keeping sharp in the skills that you decided to learn first, right? It's keeping current by learning new skills because we're in an ever-changing environment and we don't live in a time anymore where you can be a single skilled journalist. You may love to write, but in order to succeed, you may need to work as a person who can capture video and audio and write to it as well, or appear on camera, or have your voice appear. So having multiple skills makes you more marketable. So you're keeping sharp, you're keeping current on skills, you're keeping relevant. I also think we take training to keep inspired. Sometimes just going to training reminds us of the purpose of why we became a journalist, became a communicator to begin with. So don't discount that. We may be learning to talk about ethics or about disinformation or misinformation and how to counter that in our role. And so that is important because it's mission driven as a journalist. It reminds us of why we entered this profession. And then the other, of course, your career development is to grow because you may want to move from a frontline position to a management position. But you discover when you become a manager, which is where I work a lot with managers, is that the skills that made you a good photographer or a writer or a host don't necessarily make you a good leader of all of the people who do those things. So you got to get some more training to be good at that.
Thank you. You already asked him the second question, which is why. Why is it important? Are people doing so? Why is it important?
The why is, you know, I think that the best journalists are continuous learners. Because I can recall when I first started, I was talking to children at a school and they said, tell us about your job, right? And I said, my job is to learn something new every day and then turn around and teach it to people every day. Well, that's really the essence of journalism and mass communication. It's to be a learner and a teacher. And in order to do that, you have to keep learning. You have to learn to write in different formats. You have to learn to deliver in different platforms. You have to study audiences. There was a time that people said, oh, well, we just decide what we believe they should know. Because we're journalists and we kind of have our finger on the pulse because we're better read or we've studied journalism. But in truth, we didn't really listen to our audiences as well as we could. We insulated ourselves from them and we talked to them and at them. And now we're talking with them because media allows us today to hear back from them, to see how far they've read into a story before they quit reading it. And those things are that audience information can make us better journalists. It doesn't mean that even if a subject maybe a subject isn't popular, right? Maybe you're doing a subject about the elderly and you think, well, that really appeals to a small segment. Then you have to remember two things. One, everyone knows and loves someone who's elderly. And number two, even if it only appealed to a small slice, if it's important, we're going to do it. And so the why of training is to always keep connected to our purpose.
Thank you. So, next question, which is, so how do you think this should be done? What are the best practices for career development?
Well, I think there are a few things. If we're very fortunate, we have employers who will support and invest in our learning. Not all of them do. And you may have to do a little bit of creativity. You have to look for online opportunities that may be free or inexpensive. You look for organizations like yours that try to make sure that it's available and affordable to people. You read. I say you look around corners to see what's coming. The other wise thing you can do, even if you didn't have a dime to spend, is that you know colleagues who are good at something you want to get better at. And you can talk to them. You can watch their work. You can ask if they will help coach and mentor you. And then, of course, you in turn do that for others. So take advantage of the opportunities that exist. Hope that your employer ask for what you need from your employer. If you don't get it, look for what else is available. Do whatever you can to train yourself and to share your knowledge in a reciprocal fashion with colleagues.
Thank you. So the next question again, you are me, but it's something that I want to ask. What are the opportunities, what are the new trends in media career that journalists should also begin to think about?
Sure. I'm seeing today a much greater emphasis on leadership training, and that's the area, of course, that I focus on. And I think it's because there's been so much change in organizations. Some people have retired, there's been downsizing, so all of a sudden, people who've been in management for a while may be gone, and people are being promoted. So leadership and management training, absolutely. Artificial intelligence, learning about AI and how
that's what's important. Dr. What? That is learning. It's not even like stuff. I think it's somebody else. Doctor.
managers online, and I asked them just exchange of emails afterwards, what worked and what could work better next time. All I do is take all of that information, all of what worked and what needs work, and I copy and paste it and I put it into ChatGPT and said, could you summarize this for me? And it gave me within minutes a summary that would have taken me probably a couple of hours to have done myself. And I looked it over, you always double check because you can never be sure that there aren't errors. But what I saw when I did check was that it reflected what I had put into it. Now, I'm not telling you that you should indiscriminately use AI, but you should learn how to use it well, okay? And then, of course, anything that you can learn about digital skills, because we are moving ever more digital, right? And understanding audiences and audience behavior and learning how to use the metrics behind those things. So digital, social, AI, multi-platform, so we can give the information to people where they want to receive it. Some people want their news from a text. Some people only listen to radio. Some people are getting it all from a YouTube channel. If you're not staying current on all of those potential platforms, you are reducing your impact.
Two more questions and we'll go through. So your popular book is Work Happy. So I'm asking, what are the best principles to be guessed? What are the best principles to work happy?
Oh, they're just the two main principles, right? The one, and this is my leadership mantra, the most important thing leaders do is help others succeed. It's not about you, right? You used to get the satisfaction maybe of something that you created, the story that you developed, right? The sources you built, all of those things. And that's very satisfying. When you become a leader, you get your satisfaction out of the way you see people who work with and for you succeeding themselves. And when that happens, it's the most wonderful feeling. And then the second principle is life's too short to work with jerks. Don't hire them, don't promote them, don't enable them, and don't be one.
So final words. So what is there any thought that you think for our audience? What are the final things you want to say to them as they come to that conference and they are returning? What are really the things that should be on their mind as they go and how that take their career forward? Final words.
The final words I have to say to you is, no one can ever take away those things that you learn, right? That's your treasure. The knowledge that you build through career development and through training will help you, even if you change professions later. The communication skills you build, the values that you talk about and reinforce, right? The insights and the inspiration you get will carry you through, not just in your professional life, but also as a person. So I wish you all the very best and keep learning.
Thank you very
Thank you very
much.
much. We really appreciate this and the best of luck in everything you do. Have a good day. Yes.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you. Bye for now.
Put our hands together for you. Now, for those online audience, please can you pause for the time. Can you please type in the chat box what was the final closing remarks from Jill? Then she mentioned two lessons on how to work happy. What are they? I can ask one person just to engage before we go to the next one. Yes, who was listening? Thank you. The last thing she said. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm coming to the one.
And something she said, to work happy is one, it depends on us succeed. As a leader, when you see those under you succeeding, it makes you more happy and you don't work with jerks. Oh my amazing person.
So what did she say you should do? She actually said what you should do with them. Don't work with them. So thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for her. Okay, what did she say you should do with John? She said don't work. Then she mentioned two things to do. Very she keep learning.
No.
Let's put our hands together for ourselves. That was really engaging. Can we check the chat room? Did anybody got all the answers that were mentioned in there? Chat room for those who are our online audience. Did you get any answer? Okay, can we mention their name so they know we're connecting with them? Okay, let's put our hands together for Yemisi. So she knows we're connecting. And who else? That's the only one. Thank you very much. Okay, over to the letter for our remarks. Please, I'll be asking questions too.
You want me to do for you? If you tell the program, you should tell me back on. Oh.
And we must be proactive. And it encompasses developing my skills, acquiring knowledge, and building myself up, right? So that I can manage the different seasons of my life, right? So as professionals, we have the preparation years, you know, like in school, and then we have entry, you know, the entry stage where we field. And then once we get there, we must continue from the don't rest from there. And so what's, you know, how am I going to grow? How am I going to expand my knowledge? How am I going to serve? And then there's also thinking about exit, because everything has a life cycle, right? So if I am going to exit the field, how am I going to exit? What am I going to do with all this knowledge and experience that I've gathered? You know, is it going to just be parked somewhere, or is it something that I can repackage and refocus in another way, so that, like what you're doing right now, like supporting the upcoming journalists, even working as a consultant and doing all these things that help you to use up that knowledge and experience while still making. Yes, I can hear you. So that's in a nutshell.
So last question. So, as somebody who's been involved in career development and who has what we call a game plan, which is very apt for our discussion. Should I send it again? Are the best game plan? I also want to say what are your recommendations for career development?
Yeah, actually, that's the right questions to answer, because you know, it's sort of as a career strategist, it's the thing that I think about all the time. And so the career game plans that are the ones that are comprehensive, all right? They encompass the whole of you as an individual, and they are strategic and they are flexible, all right? And so for me, the game plan that's most effective is the one that incorporates both our inner game and the outer game. Now, you understand, a lot of us really are focused a lot on the outer game, like, you know, where are the opportunities? How can I grab these opportunities? How can I make the best of them? But then we sort of neglect the inner game, which should be the foundation upon which our career development is built. And when I talk about our inner game, what am I saying? I'm thinking about the strengths that we bring to the table, the experience that we have, the exposure that we have gathered over the years, the skills, the knowledge, the competencies, you know, all this is your inner game. This is who you are. It talks about your personality, your character, the things that you value, what motivates you, what do you consider important, all right? And so this, I like to use the acronym GAME to describe this. And as I'm thinking about, you know, that the things that you're varying, some people like to call them talents, I just, you know, I call that in gifts. I call that, you know, what gifts do you bring to the table? Even your personality is a gift, right? And then the next is attributes. What are these attributes that I have that I have developed that will help me to succeed in whatever field? So if you're thinking about a career in journalism, there are certain attributes that one must possess, right? If I cannot communicate, or if I am not a person of integrity, so that I can tell the story and preserve the integrity, or I'm not just an event that I'm talking about, but even the people, and even my own integrity, then really I must think twice and ask myself, am I fit to be the best journalist, right? So these attributes, and then there's the motivation. Why do I want a career in journalism? Why do I want a career in medicine? What is it that drives me? Yeah, because this is what is going to separate those who build resilience and those who give up things like that. Yeah, and then there's the experience of this. Yeah, and this, you know, I think in terms of not just the experience in terms of doing, but even, you know, in the studies, in the preparation to become whatever it is that I want to become, what experience have I gathered? what skills, what knowledge do I bring to the picture? So that's the first part, the inner game, all right? And then there is the outer game, which now looks like a playground. Okay, so here we are working with people who are either in journalism or good. So here we are talking to people who are either in journalism or they want to develop a career in journalism. So in journalism, so it's very important to take the time to understand that playground, if we may call it a playground, right? What are the different pathways in that field of journalism? What do they entail? What does that field look like in this day and age, right? When anybody can take a phone camera and record things and go on the different platforms there are and spread whatever message they want to spread. Yeah. So understanding what the playground looks like is very important. And then once you've understood the playground, remember you're in a game, that's what you need to leverage. Yeah. So leverage is the next part of that plan. And leveraging means, looking at, I have a bit of the garb, or, I'm able to communicate very well. I can craft a story, and, I have these certain qualities and I have experience that I bring to the table. I can leverage that and enter into this playground and really play well to make an impact, right? And so this is part of the plan. And then I must know how to articulate my value proposition. So whether I am at the entry level, I am crafting my CV, I am crafting my cover letter, I am presenting myself online on social media, whether it's on LinkedIn or on different other platforms. How am I presenting myself? Because how I am presenting myself is going to affect how I am perceived out there. And so I have to be mindful of how I am articulating my value proposition. So how am I articulating myself? How am I presenting myself? Whether that in person, online, offline, in whichever way, we have to be mindful of that. And then the last part of this plan is nurturing, which speaks to continuing professional development. We don't stop at, I got my journalism degree in the year 2000, and this is what I'm going by several years later. New developments, things are happening. There's technology that is shaping how work is done these days, right? And so how am I keeping abreast? And that speaks to how I am nurturing myself as a professional. And even with my own personal self, my spiritual life, my social life, my physical life. What are some of these? What are the things that I am doing to ensure that as part of my development plan, I am not leaving any part of my growth behind. So for me, the best game plan is the one that encompasses all those things, that looks at who I am and what I have now, and then looks at the environment that I want to play in, what are the characteristics, what I'm bringing to the table, what do I need to do, and then helps me to continue growing, because it's all about lifelong learning. And so if you notice that game plan acronym speaks to the attributes of motivation, experience, the first part, and then the plan is exploring the playground, leveraging my values that I bring to the table, articulating my value proposition, and then nurturing myself continuing to grow. That, in my opinion, is the game plan of works.
Wow, also, let's look at it. Okay, as I said before,
So all our online audience, please, what did you get from Collector? Can you please draw one line each and drop it in the chat room? Let me come to this side. What is inner game and what is outer game? Who got that phrase from her? Inner game, outer game. Wow. Okay, good. Thank you.
in idea that she spoke about the skills inside of you, what you have inside of you. She spoke about the strengths, skills, characters, values that you need to exhibit out there, the attributes, the motivation, experience. Those are the inner game. Then outer game is presenting it to yourself, articulating it out to the world for them to see. And then nurturing also. Because as the world is growing, look at what she said, she got her journalism degree in the year 2000, but she's growing with the trend in the sense that she's growing with the digital age. So as a journalist in career, you need to grow with the world. You need to learn digitalization, all of it. Thank you very much. That jumped on me. Did anybody catch any other thing? Who else caught anything from what she said? You must have an exit plan.
Lifelong learning.
Thank you.
Lifelong learning.
Lifelong
learning.
Thank you very much. Do we have anything online? Can you help us check with those online?
Yeah, Mr. Luwale is saying leverage digital. Leverage digital.
Leverage digital. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for all our audience in the building and also those online. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the next now. We are done with the opening remarks, and it's time to listen to the keynote speaker. Permit me to tell you that even though the keynote address today is David Ajikobi, Nigeria editor, Africa Check. He has over 15 years media experience across different media platforms, including online, print, broadcast, and digital. He has contributed to various initiatives, research programs, and interventions to reduce disinformation in Nigeria and Africa. David's work covers computational social research on social media platforms, FMI, health, and election-related disinformation. He has played a key role in developing and deploying the full Act AI candidate tool for 2023 elections in Nigeria. I could just continue to read on. He holds a master's degree in media and communication from FAN Atlantic University in Lagos and is pursuing a doctorate degree here at the University of Lagos, Akota. Put your hands together for Mr. David Ajikobi for his keynote address. Welcome, sir. And we'll be talking on the present future work of media. Please celebrate him as I hand over the microphone to him. Welcome.
My name is David Ajikobi, and when I was actually, I'm supposed to be local for the AIPC, but when operation started, I mean, I was on this because it's important, and it's the story of my life. Theo is here, he's one of my mentors, and he knew how it started. So I am going to read a bit, but it's going to be, my instructions are always engaging. I'm going to read small, going to be very small, and then we can move forward. But what I'm going to be talking about is let's scratch the past. Or no, let's scratch what? The future. This field. Because the past is the past. You can't right? You can only learn from it. But the future is where you what? So in the Bible that you read, I have been a journalist for about almost 2 decades now. I've gone through radio, TV, digital, different things. But where I'm going to give my personal experience to actually the topic, which is about expanding media frontiers in the age of disinformation, AI, and pandemics. Are you together? I used the last thing that we did. In the age of what? Disinformation, AI, and what?
Hello, good morning. Yeah, yeah. How are you doing?
COVID-19 pandemic affected everybody and everything, isn't it?
Oh, I've not arrived today. But I plan to come in the next 30 minutes. Will you still be around?
So, like I said before, I was looking to the topic expanding media content in the age of disinformation, AI and pandemics. This is a very personal subject to me because it relates to my journey in journalism, media, and research. It also, apart from my journey, it also relates to the media landscape. There's a growing demand for integrity, innovation, and insight. I mean, what? Integrity, innovation, and what? There was a reason why I put innovation in the video, and we'll see in later. The digital age has transformed how we access information, connect, and make sense of our world. Yet we are faced with an unprecedented challenge that spans the speed of light and scope of information and fraud, the speed of digital networks. The rise of advanced technologies like artificial intelligence has also raised the stakes, especially in a country like Nigeria, where the trust in reliable information can be a matter of life and death. You know, some of us remember when there was Ebola in Nigeria, and people were asked to actually drink salt water, isn't it? In case you don't know, people actually died. So it is a matter of what? Life and death. Nigeria's media sector stands at a pivotal crossroads. From my experience with the COVID-19 pandemic to the frequent spread of misinformation around elections, government issues, and public health. The MC mentioned how the governor of Lagos State is still refuting a claim that he has sued EFCC in advance so they will not arrest him. Isn't it? I'm not comfortable with that. Yes, good. So, like much of the world, Nigeria faces a deluge of false information that reaches our people daily. This information is not a new challenge, but its scale, reach, and speed today makes it one of the most critical threats towards our society. According to a study conducted by MIT, misinformation spreads 6 times faster than the truth. What that means is that when the truth is still on the bed, trying to put on his clothes and his shoes, the false news has gone around the world how many times? 6 times. Can you see what we are trying to deal with? The monster we are trying to deal with. This means that there is still a lot of work to be done. While digital platforms enable citizens to participate in democracy, they've also become a breeding ground for sensationalizing, conspiracy theories, and harmful falsehoods. And this has resulted in the fact that our readers and our listeners no longer trust us. So we don't live in a post-truth era. We live in a post-trust era because they don't trust what the media is anymore. That's because somebody will see a health advice on Facebook and will go and buy the concussion instead of going to what? Medical doctor. But how are we responding as journalists? In response, we witnessed a rise of fact-checking as necessary force and other interventions. And I'm not singling out fact-checking this time around. But fact-checking organizations focus on fighting misinformation and disinformation have risen worldwide. At an unprecedented rate in the past decade. You can put the slide on me. Please go down. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in 2016, I became Nigeria's first dedicated fact checker. What did I do? How did I become that? I upskilled. Right? So from one person in 2016, 20 different organizations in Nigeria. So that's right. Can we go back to the slide? You will see organizations like Dubawa, Fact Check Up, Round Check, Fact Matter, which is led by Anna Akakaye, who was formerly the Revelation newspaper. And also fact checking desks in different newsrooms across the world. Mr. Tao Opeye and I, we are like traveling salesmen. when it comes to the fight against corruption. We have gone across the country. I'm between two of them, I can say we have trained more than 1,000 journalists around it. But here's what is. But let me tell you where the cocoa is. I tell you, please. Among these organizations that you have seen, the funding that has come to these organizations in the past 5 years is more than $20 million. Can I say it again? The funding that has come to all these organizations in the past 5 years is more than how much? Again? What is going to? Intervention programs. But what value was salaries. So it means that the average journalist can say beyond, they have not paid me. Somebody gave me ID card and said, go and look for your next news ticket. To what? Actually, earning good money so much that you can earn more than a consultant in Nigeria. Are we together? Let me say it again. Between this AFP is a front organization, isn't it? Yeah. Among these organizations, between them like this, in the past 5 years, they've received nothing about $20 million in funding. So what I tell you is that if you're a part of them, if you upskill yourself, so those who something, it's one element to I'm still talking about other elements. What you are going to do is that it will be economic liberation, isn't it? Yes. You will travel the world, you will see places, right? People, you will be in your room now, and somebody will send you a mail and say, Mr. Tajudeen, you are the expert in this. Can you come to South Africa and come and teach us this? Are you saying that? It's not me. It's not me. It is a reality. CEO is there. I have my colleagues here. COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic changed the world and undoubtedly changed the media landscape along with the public, along with what? The public health crisis. We explain what we call an epidemic. After doing COVID-19, so PHO named the word called epidemic. I will define it. An epidemic is a sudden information surrounding the virus or a disease, leading to confusion, panic, and sometimes dangerous behavior. So what did the WHO do? They realized that all those NCPC messaging is not enough. They needed to teach people how to inform different rubbish about COVID-19. Do you remember that when COVID-19 came to Nigeria, they said, no, they said it never come to Nigeria that Nigeria is full of, isn't it? Then it came to Nigeria, oh, it's never come to Northern Nigeria because the weather is hot. But if you take sugar and turmeric very well, it never affects you, you know. I have a relative type, I think of what type of COVID-19. People were mixing all sorts of different things. Imagine, even water, if you drink water too much, well, is it good? It's not. So what am I trying to say? WHO, they hear you, WHO actually invested good money in fighting epidemic around the world, COVID-19. And journalists were critical to that was investment. I would say that if you sit down in your house in China, we don't call you. If you get the requisite skills and training on epidemic management, won't they call you? I have friends and colleagues who are now consultants with WHO because of the work they did around COVID-19 alone. Because COVID-19 also elevated what we used to call science reporting. Are you together? We notice now that after COVID-19, every disease outbreak in Nigeria, daily talk, they will give it infographics. They will treat it differently. Before they don't say, 5 people fear there. No. Because science reporting is now, when the vaccines were coming out, you see how people were reporting it. These are the steps to get the vaccine. There was something that came from Nigeria and said, Nigeria has found the vaccine for COVID-19. That was in early 2020. And what happened? My colleague all over Europe, they were calling me, you never found a vaccine? So we have not. No, the candidate vaccine a potential vaccine. But the way the media reported it was what? Vaccine were found cure for COVID-19. So, ladies and gentlemen, you will see that I don't have to say career opportunities are what? Are come to business. Yeah, they're involved in this. Good. Next slide, please. So, in terms of thematic areas of what people are checking disinformation and disinformation, this is just the numbers. You can see from 2015, selected newspaper comes only 2 fact checks. This is just selected. By 2020, standard was 51. If by 2024, 15,000. Because organizations like Africa Check, Ubawa, or the African capacity in media space for people to have fact-checking desks, to get funding for fact-checking. I'll give an example. I am a member of the network called International Fact-Checking Network, where we actually help young organizations to actually get funding for their newsroom. That's not capacity. And by the way, I am still nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize from years ago because of the discovery of the counting across the world. At the same time, we are seeing that the sector of media training is also another area of media careers that is increasing in demand. Investment and funding exist in media training. I'll take it again. Investment and what funding exists in media training. CEO is here. We'll talk about it. I will leave that part. You can be a media trainer. And I'll give another example. In other parts of the world, you don't have to have a PhD in media. There's a professor of what? Practice. There are things like media analysis training, how to use OSINT, which are open source intelligence tools in investigation. Media training is also expanding due to the rise in artificial intelligence and the use of big data. There is a pressing need for digital literacy education for the wider population, helping people distinguish between credible information and manipulated content. People equipped to provide this kind of education and training, along with technology, to detect and develop disinformation, will always have a job. Will always what? Don't you want to work, always have a job? Then let's look at AI. Please. My personal philosophy with AI is I really don't want to wait for AI. I was one of the things that built an AI tool. And I saw how that has supported my career, that changed my perspective about so many. Don't want to wait for it. And I will tell you why. Now, to study soldiers' what? Trends, monitor online discourse, and analyze the behavioral patterns of misinformation campaigns and their leaders and their listeners. This requires a new skill set that includes data analysis, an understanding of algorithms, and a deep commitment to ethical journalism. Computational social research isn't just for technologies. It's an area where journalists can play a critical role in understanding and mitigating the effect of disinformation on society. In Nigeria, if you invest in this kind of skill sets, it will open up career paths that previously don't exist for you. We took like natural language processing and technical analysis. You can analyze data across social media platforms, track the spread of narratives, and identify trends. Media outlets are beginning to recognize the value of hiring computational social researchers, bridging the gap between journalism and what? Data science. And as AI becomes even more entrenched in our lives, these roles will only continue to grow in importance. So let's go to yes. So I have mentioned this as the general challenges we have. Next one, please. Now, no, before that, we have one thing. After this. My village is not my They are trying hard. And this one, I just somebody 7 times. Just 2 times before the time. Yeah. Good. Now, I think this is going to be my personal story. I've given you, an overview, but this is my personal story. And I am pushing the gospel of skilling. Because it happened to me. I can happen to anyone. My colleagues are here. I can happen to them too. This is me. And anybody see what this man is? This is me, I'm going to get in 2018. I sat in my office and said, if the man said he wants to beat me, not do that, not vice versa. Why? Because there is a skill that I'm providing. There's something in my organization or in me that he has seen a value for. And he said, this one, I want to meet you one-on-one. This is also me. I said that ground head are watching. They don't have to come in. This is also me at the US Department of States. Just this year. It's not we had private conversation because I was picked for a program and I was the only expert in this information from all over the world that they picked. At the time, 7 army chiefs, military heads, about their strategy to combat Russian disinformation across the Sahel in Africa. I would say that if they don't say anything, they don't call you. They don't call you. This is actually doing the work. I would say that it's something you can still go to Bepalo and do the work. You can have to do. But you see why I'm passionate because I don't want to have only me. I want to happen to everybody who is the media in Nigeria. The roles like reporter, editor, correspondent, those will die very soon. You know why? Nobody's going to do one anymore. You must have multiple skills. Your title will be editor / this. I will get that. I think forgotten. Somebody used the smartphone to shoot the movie, and it was nominated for what? And was covered after. So what are we doing? What he said, thing is coming, the thing is coming to keep rising. Did he die? What he said, that's coming, did we die? Don't we still have jobs? They said, AI is coming. They lie, we still have what? No. The only way we can have is what? Of skill. Next slide, please. This was a tool that I was part of building. We put it in 2019. It is the first tool to address this information. First, an AI tool. So imagine your CV that you have helped develop AI tool before. So let's not run away from it. It is a concept that they put in our mind to make us afraid and make us hide behind, don't hide. Next slide, please. Everybody say, collaborate with what? No man is that, no, you can, in this profession, you can't be an island. You must always collaborate. Always follow it very well. If they say we are doing anything to promotion and anything, I will go there. If you don't invite me, I will use my money to go there. Well, I want to learn too. This is an election room that we set up in line with Nigeria Protecting Coalition for the Edo election. Can you see it here? Just with Edo. We don't know that we're there. We're there. Right? Because we have collaboration to solve the what? The problem. And when you do that, you make history. Here's a bit of history I'll show you. The Nigeria Protecting Coalition model, coalition has become a model that is over how many countries in what? 15 countries in Africa. I am going to Ghana to go and use this model for them in their December 7 elections. Next one, Nigeria decided 2020 was the first time AI was used to monitor election-related information. Next one, Nigeria's 2019 and 2020 election was the first time we had live fact-checking for key political candidates. If I start in my house in Nigeria, I am not stupid. Can we make issue like this? If I think can we make issue like this? So ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to talk too much. I want to do. So the question to you is, how are you going to do? Can you do more? No better. So you can do what? Do more. So in conclusion, I would say that the media landscape is filled with career opportunities, especially what you're already doing. If you're a student, look in the future, don't worry, you'll be fine. But it's important for you to think outside the box and prepare for roles that will make you more relevant in the future as technology advances. Look for roles in the disinformation space, data analysis, and those aligned with AI. The challenges we face today, from disinformation to AI and pandemic, to public skepticism, demand a new media. It's a dynamic and data-driven media that is dedicated to the truth. Together we can build the media landscape, a space where truth and integrity triumph over sensationalism and deception. To achieve this, we need young people equipped with the right mindset. What I say? Mindset. Before you pay what here, that will pay what? Your head. With the right mindset. Skills and flexibility. Flexibility is where the profession comes in. The flexibility to adapt to the changes that will come to mark the development of the media as the year goes by. Thank you. Let's continue on this journey by expanding the media frontiers with courage, resilience, adapting to the future as it unfolds. Thank you very much.
Wow. Indeed, that was an impactful keynote address. Let's put your hands together one more time for it. I mean, over 15 years into this. Thank you very much. We want to begin to dissect it. And there are 3 people that would help us dissect the keynote speech. 2 have sent their remarks because they are busy with official assignments, having another engagement, but the papa is in the house. I was looking at the account and he said, I founded the journalist clinic to administer treatments to journalistic ailments by journalists new old. We will reserve his comments because he's the papa in the house. You know, when you talk about the Ebola in the house, if you represent the big masquerade in the house. In the interim, we want to dissect the keynote speech. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen here seated at the Fyodor Shobhanjo's hall here, and also those joining us online, it is time to dissect the keynote address. And may I tell you that if you have questions you want to ask, everyone is in the house to provide the answers. If you are shy and you can't put down your question, please just get a piece of paper, write it, and it will be passed across and it will be read. Anything, both on what he has said and also any other great issues. As a growing young journalist who looks towards making a profession in this field. Okay, we want to take the first reaction to the keynote discussion. The first person I would like to bring on is the lead consultant, Yellow Blue Consulting, Anike Ade-Funke Treasure, who will play her video, followed by the Chief of Staff of Peak Cabal Media, Anita Ngoibi. Please, if you're ready, both online, enjoy the video clip too. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to this conference. I'm glad to be here. My name is Funke Treasure. Right, we must thank the keynote speaker, David Ajikobi, for that robust presentation again. He literally made my task easier to navigate. He's done a brilliant analysis of the trio of fact-checking, disinformation, and AI from a personal perspective. And he's also related it to the larger professional arena in journalism. I love his take of pandemics as well, because with that he overcame our tendency in Nigerian media, particularly, to focus on politics alone, as if that is all there is to our national health and personal health as well. Health indeed is one of the three areas of importance in the life of anyone, the other two being relationships and finance. So then let me respond to the key issues in David Ajikobi's address. First is the emergence of fact-checking in Nigeria. And as a storyteller, I'd like to illustrate my take on the emergence of fact-checking in Nigeria with a story. And it was during the Ebola pandemic in Nigeria in 2014. Disinformation made the rounds on WhatsApp as usual. It was said that, and I say as usual because WhatsApp is always the culprit for this disinformation, spreading disinformation in Nigeria. It was said that if one poured salt in water and took a bath with it, they would be immune against the Ebola virus, and everyone was sharing it on WhatsApp. I remember telling my staff back then, particularly the presenters, that any information without a source must not be shared on Radio 1, because if you do not have a credible source for it, then it's most likely to be false or untrue. Some of them grumbled they didn't use the information anyway. That was what was important to me. Soon people started sharing the fatalities of the salt solution. I remember one of the presenters returning to me to say thank you for not letting her spread falsehood. So you see, you will not be popular if you did the right thing as a newsroom leader. That's okay, because posterity would vindicate you eventually. So just keep doing the right thing as a newsroom leader. 10 years after that incident, I like that there is now a Nigerian coalition, a fact-checkers coalition in Nigeria, an alliance of 12 fact-checking organizations in news and research. Just as the experience during Ebola and COVID-19 pandemics, misinformation played a key role in the 2023 general elections in Nigeria. In the run-up to that election, just as David said in his address, we saw how activists and politicians were disseminating misinformation to millions of followers, and how many people even tackled each other online, with this misinformation. We saw photos, videos, text messages that were doctored and shared massively on WhatsApp, and how they became conduits for false narratives and fake news. We even experienced deep fakes. These are extreme manipulations of videos and audios. But that is that. We've learned our lessons as journalists, I hope. Now to investments to curb disinformation in Nigeria. I celebrate the multi-pronged approach to tackling misinformation by this coalition of Nigerian fact-checkers, as I mentioned earlier. I like that in their approach, as I analyzed their strategy, I started to see new skill sets opening up in journalism. Pre-election, this is what they did. They created a social media war room. They said they prepared pre-bunks called fact shields. So now, what are fact shields? In the words of one of them, they were basically explainers of issues that were potential soft spots for disinformation peddlers. Now, that is, just hold that one in your right hand as I move on. The second one they did was during the election. They had daily fact checks on controversial claims by politicians and their handlers. So through that, they debunked claims, flagged bad actors with social media platforms, and then they provided context where necessary. Post-election, they shared the lessons they learned with others so that in subsequent elections and in these processes can help to better fine-tune their strategies. So basically there was pre-election, election and post-election strategy adopted by this coalition of fact checkers. I love. And what this model or their approach did was to set the standard and at the same time throw up the kind of jobs and roles that newsrooms will be looking forward to fill. And this is where it starts getting interesting. Clearly, the present newsroom needs news producers with multimedia and fact-checking skills. There is no doubt about that. I heard
Everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Lekon and his team putting this together. It's a timely initiative, and I'm glad that we are finally doing this. I also want to thank Mr. David Ajakobi for today's keynote on expanding the frontiers of media work in this age of disinformation, AI, and pandemics. These are the very issues that define our modern media landscape, and they require us to rethink how we operate, how we learn from the past, and how we prepare for the future. First, I want to start, or should I say second now at this time, I want to start with us just reflecting on our past and just looking at where media is coming from. I'm speaking today on media past, present, future. So I want to take us on some journey around media on the same footing. So when we're reflecting on our past, I want us to start with what media used to represent at the time that it was initially formed. Media has always existed as a means of public trust. So in Africa, as in many parts of the world, media has long served as more than just a source of information. It's been an institution, a custodian of public trust, to say the least. And historically, media organizations across Africa have had to navigate very complex social and political landscapes, often playing a very crucial role in nation building and public accountability. So for instance, during the 60s and the 70s, Africa's new nations or newly independent nations relied on media as a unifying force. They used media like radio, TV, and print, especially radio and print, to tell stories that were ours, and they held power to account. So the media in this sense wasn't just reporting, it was shaping the very identity of the African public. So this is very important for us to keep in mind. So media's past really tell us that journalism is about building trust and strengthening community resilience. This trust, in fact, was the foundation upon which Africa's media was built. Yet, we have had to defend this trust time and time again in the face of changing political and social dynamics, much as the global media has done. So it's not just an African media thing, it is a global media thing. So as we look into the future, it is important to keep in mind that this role, media as public trust or as an instrument of public trust, is as vital as ever. Then when we look at the present, it's so interesting because, like the keynote speaker highlighted, disinformation is one of the biggest threats facing the media now. So we're in an era where we're looking at fact-checking and combating disinformation. Fact-checking has become an entire sector on its own, with significant investments flowing to publications like Africa Check, Dubawa, and so on. In many ways, Africa has been an active player in this global movement, fighting disinformation head-on with our own solutions. Fact-checking today is almost like a second wave of accountability for media. So one where we're no longer just reporting facts, but also verifying them in real time to protect public integrity. In this era, our work isn't just about reacting to disinformation, but also proactively equipping the public with the tools they need to discern truth from falsehood. And this is happening across borders, right? So whether we're looking at health disinformation, for instance, or political disinformation, it is important to note that providing the kind of information people need and the tools that they need is a crucial part of carrying on our work from the past, which is building communal trust. So the rise of fact-checking organizations have shown that Africa is part of a global solution, but the challenges that we face now are also very unique. So we deal with disinformation, we deal with things like the right kind of investment, the right kind of media sustainability tactics, and so on and so forth. But when you look at all of these problems holistically, rather than looking at them as individual units, you find that the media has continued to do its work as the vehicle for communal trust. And really what we keep fighting for is to have more opportunities to continue to do this work in better ways. So when you then look at the future, we've looked at the past and we've looked at what we're doing now. When you look at the future, you find that we're in an era of emerging technologies. AI is the wave now, but really put together, it is emerging technologies. And you start to ask yourself as a media practitioner, what are the skills and the jobs and the tools and the sustainability measures for the next era, right? AI is the next game changer. And it's interesting to say the next when it's already happening. It is happening and it's going to get even more robust, even smarter than we have right now. The possibilities for emerging technologies in journalism and media are exciting but very complex, and Africa is just beginning to explore them. In our work as media people and as journalists, we can automate our collection of data, our analysis, we can spot patterns, we can predict disinformation, and so on and so forth. So it's not just about automation, it's also about thinking around how the audience is responding to things, the stories they want us to cover, the way they want us to cover the stories, the way that we can get the right customers for the media products that we're building, the way that we can enhance our human creativity and insights such that we, again, building from our very first premise of media as a vehicle for communal trust, the way that we become better vehicles as journalists, as people who are driving this mission. So for instance, there are new roles that are opening up in journalism. There are new roles that are opening up in media because of emerging technology. And you find that while a lot of people are focusing on using AI to optimize workflows and drive content, in Africa, our greatest potential lie in using it to track and optimize for regional issues. So there are a lot of regional issues that are happening. So instead of us to be having conversations around what is replacing human beings and whatnot, it's important that we look at it from a holistic perspective and start to ask, what opportunities are we not seeing in the way that media globally is changing and growing? And how do we take advantage of the fact that we are finally in the middle of a conversation and a wave when it is happening? We're not being informed after the fact. We are seeing it happen in real time, and we need to take advantage of this gift that we've been given. So looking ahead, it's important to note that the future of media is collaborative. It's interesting that we have come this far without collaborating as much as we ought to. And whether we like it or not, as we go into 2025 and the years after that, collaborative media in a global context is really what we should all be looking at, right? The global media landscape is becoming increasingly interconnected. African media no longer exists in isolation, and the stories that we tell have global relevance, right? So the work that we're all doing in our organizations are part of a larger ecosystem where African media is a recognized contributor to global narratives. Partnerships between us, that is African media organizations, and those in other countries around the world are crucial for scaling impact if we are really interested in impact. They are excellent examples of global partnerships that are already happening, and I encourage us to do more within ourselves and even just across the borders, because there's nothing that we can do in this new phase that is going to happen in isolation. So as we look forward, we need to ask ourselves some questions. I think top of these questions is how do we build systems that amplify African voices globally, that tackle our unique challenges and strengthen the resilience of media in Africa? The answer to this question will not only determine the future of African media, but also determine how Africa is represented and understood in the world. So to summarize, I'll say a few things. Media's past has taught us the value of trust. Today's world has required us to defend that value. Fact-checking is important against disinformation, but we need to keep innovating as Africans, and we need to keep submitting our own context to the ongoing work around emerging technologies. And finally, African media's place on the global stage is as a leader capable of telling our own stories in our own voices. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to continuing our work together to build a media that is resilient, innovative, and representative of Africa's unique voice in the world.
Thank you very much. Okay, so two people discussants have dissected the keynote address. I want to hand over. So, see you, Mr. Tunde Obe. Taiwo Obe, sorry, Mr. Taiwo Obe, a Commonwealth professional fellow. It's okay, money stops today. Let's hand him over the microphone and listen to his dissected keynote address. Welcome.
Yeah. Let's do this, okay? I need to know how many of us here are students of mass communication. Just simplify by in this department, in this university, or anywhere. How many? Where you are now? Okay. So those who are not, those who have not raised their hands, what are you? I want to know so that you know where we are. You have not raised your. Is there a microphone that is free? Is there somebody who wants to say where somebody who is not of this department and okay, so like from that, can you say where you are from? One of you, I mean, about 4 there, you raise your hand. You raise your hand. I didn't see it. And I think I have some confusion that it's okay, let me put it back. If you are a student of Masscom, University of Lagos, or anywhere, raise your hand, raise it well. Okay, so you, where are you from? The third person. The 1, 2, you didn't raise your hand. Number 3. Where are you from? We're here together, they said 2:30. I came because I think we need to do a few things. I will have stayed in my house. Yes, I'm talking to you. What is it?
Business? Okay, all right, no problem. Who can tell me, who can tell me one word from what David said last? Just one word. Yes?
Learning.
I didn't hear that.
Learning.
I want the exact word. No, but the last thing.
One word.
Okay, let me rephrase it. It says, we are not here to talk. What did it say? To do. To do. Okay, now, so the question is for you. You like have Lagoon up front, it's the only university. What have they done with that? Economy.
Okay.
Thank you. One of the things I believe they have done with it,
No, what you believe, what have they done?
well, they turned it to an attraction, a center where students go there to read. While I was there, I usually go there to read and also enjoy the library.
Okay. So who else can say what they have done with it that has brought something back to them? Pictures. That's the best they can do with it. No, I'm just trying to see how we think. I am just trying to see how we think. Has anybody gone to Federal Palace Hotel before? Okay. Have you gone to their floating restaurant? Okay. Did anybody see what Marina used to be that you could actually eat on the yeah? Anyone who has gone to Cairo before? Yeah, Cairo. Anyone who has gone to Cairo before? You see, as David was talking, it just occurred to me that you kept hearing him say till he's there. It's my son. You know, where is that young man who was doing this live streaming? Where is he? I pitied him this morning because I saw that we had two cameras, two mobile phones in time. Yes, and he was trying to do, and I'm saying, okay, wait a minute. You need a tripod. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Then he solved his problem. He did something to solve his problem. What did you do? What? Yes. That is what he did. If I didn't do this, the first thing he did was that he laid because I was watching him from, sitting down there, and I'm saying, I want to see how this young man can for 2-3 hours holding those things without and he solved the problem. So you have to do something. And the only way to do something, is what? No. You have done the same thing.
Identify a problem.
Okay, you have identified it. Say it again. No. I want the one word. It has been used by at least the guy from KPMG, and you have to think.
The one thing that you need beyond all the certificates you are going to get is how you think. Because the only way that you can get ahead, is solving problems. So you have a BSc Mass Communication or HND or whatever it is. If you do not know how to solve the problems, you cannot move from, and then we talk about mindsets. Quite a number of us who are old, we have mindsets that are fixed. If you are not thinking of how to change that mindset, you will be stuck. And because he was not going to be stuck, is why he went to upskill, to add new skills. And by the time he now got the skills, he is being noticed. How can you be found? That's one question I'm going to put here. Can you be found? Quite a number of you are not where they are finding people. You don't even have the skills first. Am I making some sense to you? That's the reason I came, that I didn't want to sit in my house because last night my phone was charging and I sent a message that send me the link so that what I found a solution. And I said I would be here. If I was not here, I wouldn't see this young man. What's your name? Manuel. I won't see Manuel. Probably a talk. Professor Sunday said, if you don't have a degree or if you have, come to UNILAG. And I told him before you left, I cannot come to university where in 2024 you still have to get a tally number at the gate. It is absolute nonsense. And it's not only in UNILAG, UI, UNIFED, you have to get it. And I mean, she said, what do we do? You have a computer science department to cry out. That's what we call access control. That is what we can do. So, when away from here, two words which he used perfectly is thinking and doing. If you see all my profiles, you will see that I say I think and do. That is what I do. That is, I brought this book. Yes, this book is called the Addis Right. The stories behind every little sound. Yes, about 3 years ago, I was thinking. I always think because I know that my money is not there, and the only thing that you can do is to think of how to convert it. Yes. So I saw that one musician in Nigeria has the most songs. I won't mention the person's name. You can go and find it. And in Nigeria, I think in Africa, the largest pastor, the Nigerian, the commander, I mentioned his name on the commander. Yes. So yes, I said, okay. I want to do something. I always like to do something. But I know that without, about the certificates in scientific, it's not going to help me in 2024. I don't think I do. Yes. So I did the proposal. I said behind the song. And I want to do 7 things. Really listen to me. You can do anything. Once you can see that there's a problem to solve, not to see it. That is what idea is, to see. That's the meaning of idea. To see, you have to see it. You have to see the solution. that it is there, that solution is there. That's what we call idea. And so I did a proposal. Said, sir, I want to come set up a crew interviewers, about 4 and we will do the book. We want to talk to you, we want to know the reason why you sang all the songs. That's what the end songs mean. You have the largest repertoire of songs. So before you die, let's have it documented. Yes. And you will do a book, that will says, we will translate that book into Yoruba language. We will do an e-copy. We will do a documentary. We will do a children's version. About 7 things. I did that proposal. I don't say, let me even check what is going on in the rest of the world. That's when I found that there's a book like something. So, the idea to have, they are spirits. Yes. Don't think that you have exclusive, So there's no, so a friend of mine, one of my sons, Joshua was in the UK, and he knows that all I want my friends to do is to buy me food. He said, what do I want? And I said, buy me. Because by also looking at it, I can adjust my own proposal. So every one of you here today, I want you to go away with the fact that you can do something. With the degree, when I was 60, it was during the pandemic, and I did a domain, which I call 16 rewarding jobs, which means that it is not, when you have that your degree, it is not just one job. If I was 70, I would still do 70 rewarding jobs. Because I can think about it, I can think of people who are excelling, being sports editor, being sports analyst. As a young man now, what he does is that he analyzes, he does explainers in a beautiful way. I can't remember his name now. He has done on anything, he did explainer on the one, I think 2 of them. You know what explainer that is? That is a term. There are so many new things that are being done today that when we went to learn journalism are not being done. But it's all wrapped around journalism. The principles of journalism remain. But you can do a lot of things around this, which is what I think I heard maybe talking about. Fact checking, before I was employed, I was doing, I was the contributor fact check, and I was being paid £200 for everything. So your money is out there. Your money. That's why you say that it is not about the job you are going to get. It's about what can you create, what can you think and do. And I go and down. No. Right. So, but seriously, I want you, why I came here is to leave a message. I've gone to one, I was in Africa recently, and I went to Napoli, and the head of the department allowed me to talk to the primary assistant. And I did a survey. How many of you want to be journalists? Maybe out of 300 or so, there. How many of you want to be advertising, blah, 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 about 100 and something? I'm sorry if I do that same survey here. You say, It is because they do not understand that journalism has a lot of scope. They are still thinking in terms of you go to the court and report. Even that court, there are so many things that you can do, you know. So what it means is that you have to widen your horizon. You have to look, you have to find out. Our job is to find out what can I do with this thing that I'm, you know, what can I do with it? And there are so many things that you can do. I will send, I think, click on that rewarding doc. I believe they have your email addresses or something. I will share it there. I haven't reviewed it since 2016. Something like that. You know. What did I say? No.
I was like,
Yes. I mean, I've not reviewed it, but I think it's still usable. The principle behind it is that you have jobs. You have to create, sometimes you have to create yourself by thinking and doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, what makes you sad? Now, over to questions, and I can start. We're talking AI.
Oh, by the way, now I'm talking about AI. I think David said it, and the KPMG guy said it. They're crazy. You don't run away from it. The journalistic committee is in May 2024 this year. We did a summit in America, yes, and you know that in summits, you know, the thing they say you need rapporteurs. You have had the word rapporteur before, yes, and that means that you have some people substituted somewhere doing summary and all of that. And I said, wait a minute, this is the AI age. And I discovered that you can create an app, a tool, to have AI assistants, you know, which will do exactly the same thing like 5 rapporteurs. You know, I embrace it. You know, I'm not going to run away from technology. I've never run away from using technology, because what technology does is enhance your productivity. Yes. And so I got a man in Lagos and said, look, I want to have a digital assistant to be able to record everything. You know, it's just like a tool that will record everything that happened there. So what you know, just like your ChatGPT and all of that, you know, and you know, here it's about learning, you know, machine learning and all of that. So the young man took the challenge and said, I won't charge you, sir, but you will pay for this and that. That's fine. So 2 weeks, 3 weeks, he said he will do it in 2 weeks. Actually, we started talk about it in about a month to the time, so we could experiment. And it is the AI assistant, and that's what we use. So if you are not there, all you need to do is type into the prompt window and say, what did David Adekobi say about having to bring it all up? That is what AI is about. Yes, it helps us, you know, it's still there. You know, it helps us scale something, you know. So don't run away from it. You have I do a lot of LinkedIn stuff. I'm trying to write a book in 2008, and I have so many files, almost about 300 files or somewhere. And I said to myself, to work through those files will be help. And looking through something, I saw an advert about scanning those files. I called them and I said, look, I want to scan all the files that I have in one corner there. They said, okay, we'll come and check it. They came, the guy said, it's going to cost $5 million. That's fine. Okay, let's negotiate. We negotiated. Those files, those hard files, those files are on my phone. All those files. They scan them, put them in PDF. They're on my phone. So think and do. And emulate Emmanuel.
Thank you very much, Sal. Just before we make further comment, we have our own prop in the house. A University scholar, one mentoring mentor consultant, the first female head of Department of Mass Communication, University of Lagos, and current director of Institute of Continuing Education, University of Lagos, Professor Abigail Okwege. I want to say a word before you. I know you're rushing to another meeting, but I'd like to take one word from you before we rush out. Thank you so much, my friend.
Good afternoon, everyone. The organizers and the facilitators, I just decided to stop by because this is a very important engagement. And I want to tell the participants that we wholeheartedly endorse this. And we're very grateful to Mr. Tupoduri, the lead for MediaCareer.com, for bringing this program to our department. It's an alumnus of this department. You know that we're here to start lectures. If not, this place will not contain anyone. We send everybody because we have the student population. And I had an event on the island at the hotel. I just decided to rush back to do this. We're going for another one. For the participants here, please, I'm not just going to give goodwill message to the organizers. I am here to charge you to make the most of this. This is an opportunity that you are not going to have twice. Because today is gone, another day will come. You may be invited, but the nuggets that we are going to get today, they may not repeat exactly the same thing. I met him speaking. I met him speaking. He's a veteran. His experience is to help you to reset your brain on how you want to run your career as a young person, and the earlier the better. Today, we went for a program on the island at the hotel. We went with the students. About your other colleagues. Some of them were asking for who would give them transport money. I said, really? He said, yes. I said, some people are paying to attend the conference. Someone has organized this and asked you to come within Lagos. You will not pay transport to that place. So one day you will all come to me, please, can you help me to write a reference letter? Can you do this one for me? I want to know what you have done, what you have, programs you have attended, how interested you are about your self-development, before I can now add my profile to endorse you. Because what you do, by the time you put this on your CV, attended career development conference organized by so. It's already on their list there. They may want to verify and they contact them. Then Mr. Tupoduri will go back. So they know that you are not an opportunist. You are interested in what you do. So Mr. Tupoduri, I want to thank you and your team and our able resource person, Kofo, Kike, and all of you. Mr. Akijimo is a veteran. I knew him all the way from United Nations country office. So the fact that they got them here, they don't come cheap. If you have access to them, please make the most of them. And I wish you the very best. Thank you. We want to see more of this. I learned from my business study of United States Institute funded by the US Department of State that we don't just train students to get them certified. We train them to impact society and we train them to get jobs. And that's what Career.com is helping us to do. They're helping us to train youth to get jobs. I tell people that we you have our students, they want you to say, okay, how do I get another job, sir? How will this enhance me? You're just talking about your person. With that, in that place, they train you for yourself and the society. So even your colleagues that are not here, kindly let them know that things like this are happening and they should make the most of it without asking for item 7 or transport money. But they will come. Some of them, they will come. People will want to see your commitment over the years before they can make you part of their people. So enjoy the rest of the program and God bless you.
Thank you. Another round of applause from our whole crowd. Thank you so very much. Question. I just asked one question. And the first question I asked is this. We're saying AI. Everybody is on AI. How about copyright? How about plagiarism? Because I know that I have used AI and I've given it credit. But I also fear that other people may also have the same content. Or like when I use my brain. Please over to you, sir. Except that maybe wants to see. Okay, let me come to.
Let me use one word before you use the word integrity.
Okay.
And integrity is.
According to Mr. Akisemo.
Integrity is all that matters. You know, we are not just trying to make money, we're also trying to do it technically. So we also advise our people we talk to that just as they have created those things, they have also created tools that can identify those who are not using it. You know. So integrity is important. Integrity is really important in what we do as journalists. You know, not have integrity can be done. Don't have integrity cannot be done. Can't cheat. You know, so I think it's important to be found out anyway. So it's best not to do it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I'm coming to AJ now, and I'm throwing the same question at you. 3 or 4 of us, or 5 of us seated here are using the same AI on the same story, on the same matter. How will we not be stealing from the same idea? You are the editor of Nature Africa. What advice do you have? And he said we should use AI. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. The title was nice to meet you guys. You're on the same street, Adebola. One key thing is now I work for Nature Africa as the chief editor. We actually have a tool. Nature is the parent company. Nature is the highest official of journals in the world. I focus on science and we had a tool to use AI to develop what we call research highlights, just 450 words. And that tool was developed, sent to us editors to start using it for the market side. It's not telling the story with others. Nothing beats you because you are present. You know what is going on as soon as you can. During the First Gulf War, publications were looking for people to write stories on chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, and the civil time. Then I was with the Guardian. The story that got me the job after the test, normally do 3 months test where you are writing and was based on chemical weapons, nuclear weapons. There was no internet, nothing. So you need to search. So when it comes to using materials that you don't know the source, there is a problem. Someone elsewhere will be the owner of the copyright of the material you are pushing out. And in our AI stories, we put This was developed by AI with editors' inputs. So that you are reading it, you know where it's coming from. And most of the stories also have references. Because the thing we do, we pick journals, not later than a month or two, and write stories in the context that people can understand. So the key thing for us is know that you need to be diligent. If you are not diligent, people will find you out. And we know the issue of plagiarism and all the other things is very real. And please let us learn. Don't let your past disrupt your future. Because the future is there, but we need to manage it in a way that things go in the way that is relevant to the present and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will put our hands together for it. Now, do we have any comments online? Do we have questions online on the keynote address? We'd like to take two more, one from the audience here and one online. Any questions from in-house? Question? Okay. Or comments? You have a question or you have a comment? Okay, thank you. Please tell us your name, if you're a student or you are representing someone and your designation, and please ask your question.
My name is Joe. So my question is to see. I'm a graduate of mass communication and Institute of Journalism. So I'm trying to build a platform. Then it's making use of social media majorly because I understand more of how the social media space works as being a social media manager and also a digital marketer. So now coming back to the aspect of okay, for every other blogs out there, we see how they push out their information. I get to understand that this is not really practicing analysis. They just push out the information anyhow like that. So for me, I attend events a lot. So out of the events I do attend, I try to like bring out content that I know, okay, people need to hear this and people need to understand what this is all about, because I get to understand that most of these events, the population of these events is very, very low. And these are things that people need to know. So now my question is, how do I get to a point of monetizing this? Because additionally, I hope this is the problem that one thing I want to understand is that knowledge is one of the major issues that people is a problem to people, because I feel like if people know, there's a limit to how they will react and how they will behave. So now it's how do I get to monetize this thing I'm doing? And also, I get to places and I'm like creating content, and some of them is just like, oh, please put down your camera, stuff like this is not allowed. So I'm like, okay, if you are doing an event like this and you don't want any other person to cover your events, then why are you having events? I feel like this is meant for the public consumption, and this is a kind of a free event. It's not written out a private or so. So how do I get to like communicate to them like, okay, this is what I'm trying to do, and make them rehearse? I feel like how a kind of balance with the media, because most times these people get to have their events and you won't see low media coverage. Like, is that a low media coverage or there's no media coverage?
Thank you very much. Okay. I pass it to him before coming to you, or should I ask you? Did you hear a question, Mr. David? Did you hear a question?
I mean, he actually directed it
to you.
To everybody.
Okay,
So what's your name?
Your name?
I'm Joanne.
Joanne. Don't be discouraged. It's about one. I don't know what content you are. Are you listening? I don't know what content you are putting out. you know, I don't know where you are putting it out.
I'm going to move to the session now.
So,
I will not send bottles now to you.
so I don't know the audience you are trying to reach. I don't know who else is in that space because we have competition. Yes. So you need to be able to define, you know, your mission. Need to also be able to fish where the fish are, which means that you need to build your content for an audience that is receptive. You need to be consistent. A lot of us know about integrity, but what many do not know is that it took almost 5 years. And it has been done. The science of it has been done because she began to get that. She was consistent. You know, she was consistent. So I would like to interact with you. You know, so that at least I can help as best as I can to hold your hand. You know, in what you are doing. Is that a deal?
Yes, thank you very much.
So, and for everyone here, really, you can take down my number. Plus 234 818 693 5900. Let me repeat it. Plus 234 818 693.
This one is 693. You can say it's WhatsApp.
Plus 234 818 693 5900. I remember that 00. You can send me a message on WhatsApp at any time. And the one I can answer, I will answer. The one I can't answer, I will send to Lekon or David or Aki or anybody. But what is most important is that it is for us to have progress. I am all for us young people. We are, you know, the first time I saw David, I said, at least we have people who can hand over to, you know, that would be my job, you know, that in this room, we have to yes, because I don't try now about yes. Wow. That means that some of the things that you know, or some of the things I know, you don't know, because I keep expanding my horizon, which is very important. I just keep finding things to add to the knowledge I have. It is what you know. I only make any difference with what you know. I think David said now.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, want to have over to you.
One more.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm doing a lot for you, sir. I think I caught a little bit of what the question was, and I wanted to just make my own small submission to it. Now, you know, the thing just like Mr. Taiwo said, consistency, Mr. Tio. Okay, not Tio. Okay, Tio. All right, Tio. Yeah. Consistency is important. I heard you talk about monetization. For you to monetize your skills and what you can do, you have to consistently show up. You have to be able to show people what you can do. You know, these days we want to quickly monetize. You know, monetization talks about trust. Can people trust you with their money? Can you provide this value of what you want? So you need to first of all show what you can do. And you talked about covering events. These days, people will not allow you to cover their event because everybody is doing content and they don't know what you want to use that content for. And you cannot go and use them to make money without their permission. That's the truth. So if you have a laudable idea, good. You can at best, first of all, do freebie for certain events. If you hear about an event, find out who are the people organizing it. Tell them that this is XYZ, introduce yourself. Oh, I want to do free XYZ, and be sure that you provide links, evidence of what you do. All right, so that you can look at it and say, okay, this represents our brand well, we are happy with what you're already doing. So you reach out to them, give a few freebies, use those free events that you have covered to make noise on your platform and say, oh, I was at XYZ event and I covered and I did this, and then you get a little bit of their, their review and add to it. As you do that, more people will see you. The event organizers, you give them a freebie. They are likely, if they are very happy with what you have done, they are likely to call you for a paid gig because people don't forget. So don't be in a hurry to do monetization. Show us what you can do first. Package it well. Learn how to tell your story. One of my organs says, you are very good, but you are winking in the dark. You are doing a lot. Some of us do a lot, we are winking. So tell your stories and be ready to go. Don't just be in a hurry to make the money. Thank you. Okay. One of the platforms I know that is doing monetization is Facebook. But if you start, like we're here now, you are taking pictures, you are taking note of what is being said. You can post the content on Facebook. I know there are about 12 stages. I just started. So there are about 12 stages that you have to go through before your content can be monetized on Facebook. So it's a journey. You will get there because, brand envelope is real. Let's not deny that. They don't have brand envelope to give you. Yeah. So they will not call media. So like she said, do the freebies. Tio said, Lita Ikeji started like a nobody. Today she don't blow me. I mean, you go to our office in Lekki, you won't even remember that girl that started years ago. Everybody was condemning her. Is she a journalist? Is she not a journalist? Is this? But today the story is different. So take your step, one day at a time. And in no future distance, or in a future that is not far away from you. Now, we'll get to hear you. The last question will be from you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a comment and then two short questions from Mr. David. I was I'm also a graduate of the mass communication at the University of Lagos here. My name is Ika Padonu. I am a media entrepreneur, background media agency. Proud when I started, I also worked as a traditional journalist, media person across several media organizations. But I realized that I didn't see anything because the mindset we have when we're in class that you don't pay journalists well. Except maybe you do PR and all that. Every effort they don't really do PR for me. There was group about it. So what I was learning along the line, I was learning the ropes. But I'd always lost the idea of being an entrepreneur. And as Mr. Obe said, think and do what Mr. David also said. So with all of the year of thinking, what can I do? Where is the entrepreneurship aspect of media? Because we're not taught entrepreneurship while we were in school. We just learn journalism, we go and work in the print media or broadcast media, blah, blah, blah. But along the line, I exposed myself to trainings like this. I exposed myself to conferences. I submitted myself to online, coaches, coaches. And all of a sudden, the idea just came that you can actually be a media entrepreneur and based on some of the things that you have learned while working in the field. And I gave it a shot, even though it was tough at the beginning, it was rough, but with the glory of God, the things, the kind of money I could not earn while working as a journalist on the street, I'm making them now. And this is because I gave myself to thinking and I gave myself to doing. Sincerely, I want to thank Mr. Lekon for creating this platform, especially for those who are still in school, thinking of how they can break into the industry, the media industry. And then these two questions I want to ask. I want to ask Mr. David and also probably Mr. Taiwo can also help us. That what advice would you give to developers of media curriculum in the university on how our students can actually succeed in the media industry, not necessarily going through the traditional media ways of doing things. So what can they do in terms of curriculum development? And then the second one has to do with based on the fact checking. I don't know whether you have also an interested in fact checking. I don't know what you have an academic where one can learn the ropes before launching out. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you very much. To your first question about advice, right? I'll say that I know for sure that the media curriculum has been, the journalism curriculum has been checked. I don't know if it has been endorsed by different universities, but I'll speak about University of Lagos. So the faculty who was in charge, they have got different professors. Well, I was approached by Professor Abubi for input into the overhaul of the curriculum. And now I can tell you that we've had things like disinformation, right? There's data journalism now. Yes, it could be better. It could be better, right? And it could have more universities and more training institutes. To your second question, yes, we don't have an academic per se. What we have is we have resources. So my colleagues are here. Please, if you are my African, you raise your hand. My colleagues are here. You can reach out to any of them, get your numbers, your phone numbers, your email address. They will point you to resources you can start as a basic fact checker into a intermediate to even for master classes, right? So feel free. I'm not the only one doing this. There's Dubawa, there's fact checker, there are also other fact checkers you can approach. And I can tell you for sure that they will most likely give you the same skill sets, right? In fact, we belong to a gold standard called they are signatories of the International Fact Checking Network. So that it means that every year, an international organization looks at our work, our funding, our EPO, and all other things, and they certify us every year. So if we try to either Africa Check, Dubawa, or Fact Check, we'll definitely get resources. Hold your power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for all the contributions to the keynote address. Now we want to go to the next session. If you look at your program, we're supposed to be doing lots of NCDN and when we've done that, I'm going to panel presentation first before coming back to that. So the first person I'd like to introduce for panel discussion is Mrs. Bosede Olushola Obasa. She is a career development mapping and planning metrics. Please put your hands together for her. Let's recognize you. Can you please raise your hands so we know? Thank you. And okay, we'll be taken by, that the topic is career development mapping and planning metrics. We'll be taken by Bosede Olushola Obasa, Chief Executive, First Royal Character and Values Limited. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you so very much. And then she'll be followed by Okorola Bello Osage. Please put your hands together. Who is a development journalist? She'll be talking about transferable media skills. And the last of that panel seat is Mrs. Adebisi Adetunche, a media and development communication specialist. She will be talking about maximizing multimedia skills. Put your hands together for welcome them. So ladies, it's now the turn of the ladies, and I'm going to be handing over the microphone to them. Thank you very much. Please take note of your questions because there will be question and answer. No, just one by one. I don't want to break the flow. So we'll just take one after the other, after which we'll do the question and answer. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good. You can come and other place. You can come. I'm going to do that. Yeah. All right. Good day, everyone. I'd like to say a very respectful good afternoon to all the senior colleagues in the room, as well as every other colleague of mine. Colleague in the sense that I am a trained journalist, worked with Punch newspapers for 14 years, and now, for the past 10 years, I've been doing something different. So I'm going to take my talk from a slightly different turn. And that's because my heart is with the person still in school and looking ahead of the future, wondering what could be there for them. And career mapping, the matrix and all, I want to speak on intangibles. Certain things that we do not pay attention to, we probably don't know that they matter. We probably don't know that they're important to building our career or to becoming who we want to be. The thing about you growing up and someone saying, what would you like to become? And like, I like to do this, I like to do that. And for a lot of people, several years down the line, they cannot match who they are becoming or who they become with what they thought they wanted to be. So I'm going to speak more to the up and coming professionals in the room today, hoping that this might also be useful to the older professionals as well. I'm going to do a quick visit to 7 eyes, and I'm going to be using my life in between this to tell you the story and teach the 3 things I'd like to teach. To become anything in life, we should not always come. Someone has said that earlier today, and that was very useful for me. I think that was Madam Coletta, that name. Yes, I remember trying to pin the name down to my mind, just so I could make reference. The things you need to become, they do not begin from outside of you. They begin from inside of you. And it's a practical story. What was the first place I ever practiced journalism? Apart from we're done as NIJ, you did your 3 months here, and then you finished. So you're done with the first year, you did 3 months, and then you're done with the second year, you're doing an IT that's supposed to make you transit into HND, blah, blah, blah. Like that. Apart from all of that, Punch was where I did my very first, so to say, she got her feet in journalism, it's Punch. And I was there for 13 years. And after 13 years, it was time to move on to do something else. So what were the things that helped me? My sort of talk today might not be what everybody will do, but I'm sure there were 1 or 2 persons in the room that will need. I just decided to come from this angle, just so that we're sure that we have every aspect checked in. The first I want to talk about is introspection, and that's why I say that doesn't begin from outside of you, it begins from inside. You see theory here, you see everybody here. If you sit with them and interview them, you'll find out there's something inside of them that drives who you see outside. You need to connect that. If you do not connect with it, you can own all the certificates in the world and still feel as confused as if you didn't go to school. You still wonder, and then if God catches you, and then will you believe that way with your certification? If you are not now making the kind of money that you think you should be making at that time, then it's double wahala. But what's the point? Introspect. It's not late. Actually, I would advise parents to help their children start doing this earlier in life. Start checking inside of you. What are your follow-ups? gives us a clue. There's no way you can jettison everything that came with you as things that you don't need to struggle to do, and you want to try and be a first person in something that is second nature. It's possible, but you are going to have to struggle a bit other than trying to be first where you have a tendency to be first. So what are your unique things? Introspect. That is, take a visit inside. Take a journey inward. Ask yourself the critical questions about you. My attention this morning is on you. When you are right, everything you lay your hands on will follow suit. So there is a you factor crucial to your career. In the matrix that I will introduce you about career, I will introduce it first to you. Unfortunately, the person we least have time for is you, is myself. So unfortunately, but that's the powerhouse. Every deep writer, every deep thinker understands the moment of withdrawing to themselves. Go and ask a Wole Soyinka. He will tell you the importance of what I'm saying now. Look at anyone who is deep or did something phenomenal around you. He'll tell you about those moments when they have to connect with. This is very important, and I wanted to sound it out clearly. I have tagged it carefully introspection. That is, take an inspection inside. There you will find yourself. Don't be afraid. You will find the good, the bad, and the ugly. You might find some things that are not looking like it, but all come to the package. The things that are not too strong are there showing you the need for you to grow and fine-tune or hone, and then you become. So you find the gifts, you find the things that are unique to you. For some people, it's just as simple as the way they sound, their voice. And so that marks them out in broadcasting forever. You have to know that I have a phenomenal sound when I open my mouth to talk. They go to that point where they understand that this is a treasure. They are able to push it, put it in perspective, and then it creates the differential between them and others. So you find what you're passionate about, you find what you're interested in, then, and I'll tag that too. So you're finding the who. The second I is intention. Intention is crucial. I do corporate training for organizations. And one of the areas where I help people is the mindset. And I'm so glad that a number of people have made reference to mindset. And the amazing thing about mindset can be set until you reset it. It's called mindset because it's a way of seeing, responding, or relating with something. Until you do something different to shift the set, it remains. So, again, for professionals, in building your career, intention is crucial. Why do you, that's your why. What do you want to be a journalist? It looks like an old school question. Can we not talk about this? Is what someone is thinking. What is very, very important. Because your why will determine how far you're willing to go. If you do not clear your why questions and get them right, you will suffer a burnout before you know it. It will even be a surprise to you that you burn out. Under why, you'll be talking about the dreams of what you want to achieve in journalism. What do I want to do? So personally, I always wanted to help people with their issues. That was major for me in writing. So I'm your human interest kind of journalism. Even when I'm guilty to the organization I work for, always talk about human angle. So that connected a lot with me. Even when I reported business stories, there were business stories with human angle. So if I were a journalist in that newsroom at the moment, the human angle to the way fuel prices are going like they'll never stop. And the impact on the prices of commodities that people need every day. Besides all the figures, or helping you make sense of the figure in the way it relates to you. What do you want to do with it? It will make a difference between you and others. It will determine whether you're able to go far. When because career talks about building, and what building talks about having platform to platform, growing. So what will help you stay on and be persistent or consistent is one of the things is intention. So under intention, you have your dream, the plan of what you want to do or become or be, the purpose, your why, the investment you're willing to go into, and then this leads you into intentional living. The third C, the third I for me, is inspiration. So once you're able to introspect, to find what's different about me, you do the second one, intention. You're able to check your intentions. You are able to say, oh, this is why I want to do this. Honestly, the time you spend trying to understand your intention, you're going to waste your time. It will give you energy for the journey. The third one is inspiration. Inspiration is idea. So I heard T.O. mentioning idea. Ideas rule the world. It's a world of ideas. You need to be able to have a clear thought idea or a discovery that is driven by learning. So this is who I am. I found out this is my intention. The third one, what's the idea I'm running with? Clear thought idea could help you be a better career person. And that will also tell you the need for you to build capacity. So under inspiration is where you are asking the questions about what are the things I need to do to get me where I thought I'd like to be. So you build capacity, you attend courses, you get mentoring, you get coaching, you get guidance, you keep staying on the lane of clarity. And I refer to that as what? Understanding what it will take you. What would it take you? If you wanted to be the most sincere journalist ever, the journalist of the greatest repute, if that was the dream, for example, not only do I want to be a journalist, I found out that, oh, I have level, it's good. I want to be a journalist. Number three, I want to be the most helpful, because today, things that go for awards, they are not all the big things you used to do. It could be the most helpful journalist ever, that help people solve their issues. It could be the most inspiring ever. If that's the dream, then you begin to answer the question of someone who's going to be the most sincere, the most useful, the most helpful. What are the qualities that should be personal to me that I must build? So that tells you about what you must work on. The next one is innovation, and that was mentioned earlier on. Innovation is you asking yourself the take-back questions about what do I want to do with this inspiration? I want to create a better way of people enjoy this, because not every idea that you have is new. Sometimes you're only tinkering with what you have so that there's a new, just a twist to it to make it original. So under innovation, you're thinking of the better way to do this. You're asking yourself the most improved efficiency I can bring to this. What are the deeper meanings I can give to this? What is the faster way or fastest way to get this done? Those are times you're asking the questions, what is the easier or easiest way this can happen? So you are talking about the solution that you want to bring to the table. Everyone who is willing to create solutions should be ready to be paid for such solutions. What I do, so after leaving journalism, I stepped into an inspired idea around character development. And never in my life had I known that character development was as huge. All of you here today have spoken about what character development. If I were to replay you, you will hear you talk about consistency. You hear you talk about tenacity. You hear you talk about integrity. So I found out in my search while I started, and it's going to be 10 years in 2025 that I've been on this. I found out in my several researches that these things jump out and follow us everywhere, every day. They are in need. It's a gap. So look at Nigeria and worry about why leadership is the way it is. There's a big character development question. Talk about somebody collecting snail, whether true or not, whether apologies or not, and then the snail was brought to your house, and someone says, please, can you come and get your snail? And it becomes a problem. And you say, I can make it disappear, and nothing will happen. It's a character issue. It's everywhere. But you know that there was this big area that has become a big gap in our society, in our personal lives. than we had ever thought of it until that idea was written. But you see, it doesn't stop there. Under innovation, we have to ask ourselves questions. If you now go to a company and say, I want to help with character development, they will not understand what you're saying. So under innovation, you have to sit down and ask, how does it apply to the work world? How does it apply to leadership? How does it apply to customer service? How does it apply to managerial or executive process? How does it apply to culture? How does it apply to structure? Down to do that over the years, to be able to gain entry into several organizations, from the pharmaceuticals to the real estate to everywhere you can imagine, teaching, training, character development, and getting paid for doing it. So today, we do very good in best workplace attitudes. That's why everybody calls us CEO and says, thank you. And says, oh, I don't know what's wrong with my team. I noticed this. But you're not to the CEO sometimes says, I don't know how we got to this point. We never used to be like this. I want to dissect and let you know, so this is what I'm going to recommend for us to do for the team. And that has been a big job around, not just a job now, but a world of idea and solution creation, and packaged in training and consulting. I think one of the major ideas that I love so much that we stumbled on, I think, some 2-3 years ago. So we were researching something and found out that when people are sent on suspension, for a long time, people have always gone on suspension without pay. And then you go on suspension, you go and count the ceiling of your house, and then you resume back. Nobody is sure what has happened to you. So we're able to bring an idea that rather than just let the person go on suspension and come back, you are never sure that they fail to demand enough or they will be different when they come back. What if they will not be different? So you can be more intentional as an employer by insisting that 2 weeks suspension, you will go and deal with RCD for 1 week out of the suspension, and you will be helped through what we call employee rebound therapy. Under the therapy, we help you understand what are the issues. How did it go wrong? How can you reintegrate yourself? Because when people come back from suspension, particularly if it's a naughty issue that's done on suspension over, not really easy to fit in back. So with that therapy, they are able to return, they are able to rebound as employees into the organization, cool and ready to push the frontiers for the business again. So innovation, it's not just about, well, how has branding helped this? I was born as someone you can call an introvert. And I used to be very fearful. I should never stand before anyone to say anything because of the way I was raised. Okay? But this branding helped me because you needed to go to anywhere your job wanted you to go. You needed to talk to whoever your job wanted you to talk to. That was grooming me. So there is nothing I picked from being a journalist for those 14 years. I picked how to face people and talk because the job made it mandatory. But hey, he was doing something to me. It was writing my story. So don't tell me that I'm an introvert. You be better as an introvert and tell you one thing. As an introvert. So today I can convince people that you can actually make it, you can transit from one end to the other. Possibilities are not. But if you see, if I'm not tracking your learning as a worker or an employee anywhere, you will not even know that quality is being deposited once you are taking the job. Or if you're only looking at it as a job, you're not seeing it as a work enhancer. So I say work enhancer. I was able to come to that submission because of the experience I have. Your work enhances your work. If you see it that way, then you will take it more seriously and you will not see that it has anything. Okay, so let me jump. Invention. Invention is when you have a great child. Eventually, if you want your work this way, there is no way you will not eventually known for something. You'll be able to tie your name to something. So you started as a journalist, and then your journalism experience continues with you. I have never been into a radio station before, but when I started character development, I found out I was really great. So for 5 years, I was on Inspiration FM doing Mind the Character with both Education Officer. My very first experience was totally different from what I've ever known as a green journalist. But I went to do that first time and asked the boy, how did I do? So the first time you did well. But 5 years down the line, it was nothing. to be. So I'm just saying that your mindset, your attitude to the work when you eventually get it will determine how you transit in your career. If you are intending to be an entrepreneur at the end of the day, you better do. And you are better be following the lane I am showing you right now. But if you want only to have a job, like get employed, you know what I want about it. Even though I can tell you that it's still not helpful. So invention will be when you have created apps, like we've had people say today, oh, we built an app, we did this. Not an invention. Because people think people work and people go where they know they should go. The next one is inspection. You want to do periodic review. When I was at Punch, I did a review every 7 years about whether I was still supposed to be there. That's because I always know that there is bigger things for me than just being an employee. Not everyone here that will be a journalist in the newsroom for 50 years of their life and retire as a journalist when they are 70 and then wait until Baba God calls them and they leave. Some people will need to do something else. So if I'm in the room like me, that's the person I'm talking to right now. That's the person I'm speaking to. And the earlier you started understanding the fact that inspection is one of the things you must do. So you must always review your journey and ask yourself, okay, am I still supposed to be on this lane? Is there something different or tilting that I'm supposed to do? So you do periodic reviews, and then when you do that, you are able to answer that question. And then finally, you will eventually make an identity for yourself. Under identity, I talk about relevance, legacy, impact, influence, and sustainability. So when you say what education, they say which one? That's the point of identity. So the which, you're answering the question which. So I will shut down by saying that your job has second-hand value. Your job has second-hand value. Your job has a second-hand value. Your career has a second-hand value. One of the second-hand value of my job is what I'm doing right now. I did not train as a broadcaster. I trained as a print journalist. But talking to people during interviews trains me to talk. So today, I'm talking to you. I talk to make money now. It was because I worked as a journalist. That's the second-hand value. Today, I have 7 published books. Yes, I have 7 published books. That's a result of having been a writer and understanding that when you have a message, you cannot but write. It takes someone who has nothing to offer their world not to own at least one book. And guess what? Even when it was not very clear to me yet, I wrote about myself at 40, not as it is something at 60. So intentional living, understanding that life is beyond you, beyond the pay, beyond paying 250,000. And then when they are not paying you the 2,500, you move to the company that will add 500 to you. You have not shown that you understand what to do. I am not trying to pay down money. So the job does have a second value. So if you are living here today, ask questions. And this might speak to professionals who are already integrated and doing well. There are still things you can see and say, what are the things I have learned because of this job that I can now monetize, to use the words that were mentioned earlier on. Then the second thing, as you get into the work world for our young persons here, please track your learnings from the first day. I'm here today, I can tell you who taught me almost everything in Punch. From typing, I couldn't type one word before I stepped into Punch. Don't get those Sawyer. Don't get taught me how to type. That's how intentional I am about learning. She was already an established journalist in Punch. I used to read arts in Punch when I was doing IT at Lagos State Ministry of Information. I was like, oh, and then I was doing Francis Famoroti, and I was doing what we did. I would just leave this Ministry of Information. I don't want to stay here. And I will be able to see this vocabulary. And she was the person who taught me to talk. There are several things I learned. If you are intentional learner and then from learning, if you don't track your learning after 30 years, you'll be costing your employer thinking I did nothing for you. Wow, you take this opportunity to learn. This was meant to enhance your work. And finally, have the right mindset about work. If you forget anything, don't forget that work enhances your work. If you do one job well, your market pricing your network in the marketplace of employment shoots up naturally. It's not only certification that does it for you, it's also what you can bring to the table. And value relationship and humanity. I've seen people who will not do a thing for free for anybody as journalists because they say that who help or something, whatever. Yes, there have been a colleague of mine that I saw someone who needed to promote their entertainment news or whatever, and I spoke to a colleague. She was not bored. She did not help with that. Why? Because there was no payment tied to it. When I left journalism, the first set of persons that aided my launch into entrepreneurship were friends and big brothers and uncles that had made while working as a journalist. So if you're one of those who say, I don't care, I'm not saying them, anyway, best of luck. Thank you. Wow.
Thank you so much. He spoke from the heart, he spoke from my experience, and I hope that you pick one or two things from there. Before, one of Mr. Lekon who also has something to say.
So, going next, just to confirm what Bose has said, when Bose left Punch and she was starting her organization, I saw that she posted online that character development is for profit organization. I assume it was, she was made a mistake. That she wanted to write, it's not for profit. So I told her, the editor, it is for profit. Just to show you about intention. Thank you.
Over to you. Put your hands together for her.
Today I'm a participant. I'm not going to speak because if I put up my slides on every page, one speaker said what I want to say. That is let me just go now. I'm not going to speak because I've learned so much from the speakers here. And some of them, my mentors, veterans like Mr. T.O. Who I will speak, I'll say something about my experience. Yeah, I will mention something while I'm speaking. See this slide, I don't feel like talking about them because they don't talk everything finish. Nothing remains. But I'll just jump, and pick some, maybe mistakes, some things that resonate with me. And I'm speaking basically on transferable skills, media skills, and these are done as journalists. We are not people servants. Some journalists work in such organizations where you can work for 30 years. But most of us don't work in that kind of organization. It's not that academic. And you're in journalism, you have to think. You have to think, and it's good that there are young students here. There are students here who have their life ahead of them. It's good for you to have this experience to begin with it now. When I started, I spent about two decades journalism about next year will be 20 years. I spent 3 years at relation, 1 year at Common Relation, then I moved to the Conversation Africa, and now I'm interested in research. So this study, next slide. Journalists are like athletes. Can someone just maybe someone like what I mean by that? If you can just say why I said journalists are like athletes. Can someone just yes. There's no particular attribute I'm looking for. Training. Yeah.
Competition.
Yeah. Yeah, but I still want to live fun. There's one area. Thank you. journalists are like athletes, there is starting and there is finishing. And athletes get old at 30. 30 is not old. You get what I'm saying? 30 is not old, but athletes get old. Before 30 for some. Yes, yes, that's true.
That's why Larry King was killed before he died.
Yes, thank you. Yes, sir, you're very correct.
That's why I'm here.
Yes, yes. It's not a location specific. In Nigeria, journalists in Nigeria finish, you know, at a particular time in the traditional newsroom context. In the traditional newsroom context, there's a lifespan. There's a lifespan. Next slide. Okay. You see, in the newsroom, traditional newsroom, you move to the routine, they move to spend hours a week. So you move to senior reporter, correspondent, senior correspondent, assistant editor, you know, you move and if you are, and it's not everybody that moves. It's the reality. In the traditional newsroom concept, it's not everybody that moves through this, that moves from this to that to that to that. There are only so many people that will move that way. It's the reality. So you have to decide, what do you want for yourself? What exactly do you want for yourself? Because there's a lifespan. And journalism, like it's a jealous profession. If you're really doing it, it consumes you. You might not have time for any other thing. If you are not mindful, you can be so, especially if you are an ethical, you like to do your work. If you like to do your work, I've been in situations where maybe I had a problem somewhere at home or I had something to deal with, then I have production. I'm forgetting that problem. It doesn't exist. I finished production. I when I was pregnant for my first son, I traveled to Abuja for a program. Then from Abuja, I had another program to that's and it was a new university, University of Science and Technology. And I've been invited several because we're trying to do innovation with farming. And I've not been going. That I kept thinking of. But this time, I now decided to honor the invitation. I went to flew to Abuja. I was hoping to fly to Akure, only to find out that there were no flights to Akure. I took a bus trying to make it to Akure that evening. And that's when I found out that the roads are something else. The bus did not feel on time. You think that the bus was supposed to be line. I got to Akure around 10 p.m. 10 p.m. outside about 20 minutes or so. I got to Akure 10 p.m. Someone picked me up, took me to the hotel. I spent the night. The next day, I went to 1 hour. I finished with the road. It was a new innovation. It was former VC of Unilag, that's Professor that was now VC there. And he was trying to do he had this agricultural focus. So he wanted to show the innovation that the university was trying to follow. And I thought it was good. So after covering that, he now said, do you want to spend the night? You have a hotel for you? Or you can decide to go to Lagos, one of our professors, and I jumped into the car. I went to Lagos. I didn't want to spend the night. I got to Lagos and I started doing things. I didn't know what it was. First time home. I didn't know. I felt pain Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I did not do pain. Monday, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. You're not okay. Go to the hospital. I said, yeah. I went to work. I did the work. I did production. Then around 5 p.m. I said, when I get home now, you know, next time I went. And I went to the hospital. And I got to the hospital, and okay, I've been the nurse said, what's wrong with you? Are you in labor? I said, in labor. No. Okay, wait, speak to the doctor. The doctor checked and said, madam, you're in labor. 20 weeks. That's going to 20 weeks. You are not going anywhere. I said, what do you mean? I walked into this place myself. Call your family. You are not going anywhere. And I was admitted, I think I was there for a week or two. Because they said, if the baby can forget, baby will die. This is Nigeria. We don't have the technology to take care of the baby that you can with. You know. So I'm just trying to tell you the kind of way the life can possess if you are the type. And I was the type that could possess now. So how many years? You have to think how many years you have. Next slide. You know, you heard it all day. That's why I said people what am I going to say? Be intentional. Being intentional. Because I was not interested before I got to veterinary. I didn't know anything about job. I read mass communication, but I did not know anything about what the career prospect. I didn't know anything, but I was a good writer. At least that got me noticed from the first story I wrote. In fact, I remember the go and write story. Okay, so I now wrote one story, but because I was a rookie, I got into the news and the comments there. And I was telling the news editor that, okay, I passed by a car at the Union today and there seems to be a protest. And this happened. So I wanted to write, and this is the story I have. And in that part of me, dude, because the insurance is because Jude is dead now. Because Jude, the Jude come. Let I tell you the story then, right? I felt in the storm. Nonsense. You know, I was like, what of that? So it was not like a hand, so what? I will write, I'll give you whatever you want. I was angry. So I gave it to you. Of course, you have to write. But after that, when I found out I have to do myself and I started writing, I got it. And the editor, who is this person? Who wrote this? Who wrote that? And they started pushing me to do more. But this myself becoming an I did not want it. I just did, you know, that's why it's be intentional. And that part you know yourself. It's not everybody. You need to know what you want for yourself. And I knew in my heart of heart that I didn't want to become an editor in the newsroom sense of the word editor. I didn't want it. But I was good. I was good enough to be put on assignment that seniors were not given. And I was just 1 year on the job, or less than 1 year. And the editor, I didn't know at the time. But when we moved to 20 nations started, and the editor was discussing at the editorial meeting, I was asking them, let's propose that record. I was looking for reporter. I was reporting a picture, I had a boss. I didn't know they had been discussing it in the meeting. I know, maybe how, they were against it, or whatever. I didn't know the outcome. But the editor now came and said, can you write something on it? I said, yes, but I didn't write it. I was angry with him. So now, so maybe there is crazy again. You see, she's not even writing, she was Then he now asked me, maybe like weeks later, can you write on Unity School? That time there was a controversy. The Minister of Education was educated, and she wanted to sell Unity School. And I'm in Unity School, I love it. And then I thought I just collected it. So he said, can you write something about it? I said, yes. So I poured out my heart and started. I wrote it. I took it to his office and said, okay, sir, I've written it. Okay. Came back, just said, okay. I said, have you read it? Said no. Went out again. Just called my boss in the open newsroom and said, create a space there before starting the color. I wanted, so I think the ground should open. You know, that was those are the things, but I knew that I didn't really want to be an editor in the sense of what it came. But along the line, what I now started doing was I love to tell good stories. I may not be crazy about I did, of course, do investigative journal, but I think I'll describe myself as a storyteller. In the sense that if I went somewhere, I went to an event and people cried. If I like that story, people must cry, no? People must cry. They must cry. That was how I used to feel that, you know, that's why I followed one my boss told me to join the couple to Ibadan. The woman built a house for her primary school teacher. And they were going to dedicate that they was going to hand over the house. And it was in Ibadan. It was the family. So he now said, okay, I want you to go and cover that event. And he said I should join them. So I called the couple that my editor said I should cover this thing. So I joined them in their class. And the elderly couple, I said, and after on the trip, and I started asking about the story, back story. Why did you build a house for your teacher? Blah, blah, blah. So they told me it's a very interesting story. It was so interesting that she said the teacher was very nice to her when she was a student. And she now became, you know, all those time of modern school, when you don't even have to graduate before you become a teacher. She now joined her teacher, to be a teacher. And she found out that, and then she was doing better. But this teacher was very humble and very nice to her throughout. And she told herself that I must do something for this woman and built the house. So when she said she wanted to do it as a surprise that just wanted to pretend to take her there and say this is your house. And the old man said, no, don't do it, no. Don't let the old man collapse. He may have a heart attack and all that. Saying, very sweet. I enjoyed the story. So we got to Ibadan, we got there and I met the teacher, her family, her children, you know. So I now interviewed her too. So what did they do this? When they told you about this house, what did they say? You know, when she now finished, when she told that story, I now wrote my story. That story, after writing of course, I submitted it to the editor and forgot about it. Then he just came to the newsroom and said, this story is going tomorrow. I said, now this is for education, this is not news, but it's a fiction story. And I said, the editor, I said, well, that's what I use it for education. Now, who is your guy? Who is your guy? And they said you are using it for education. I looked at it, say so. We are using it tomorrow. Because there was the way, at the point in time when I wrote in the story, that don't try it, though. You want that to collapse? That is the I entered there. So how did I say I wept? I know the editor saw it, I was like, wow. So I describe myself as a storyteller. You need to recognize what you do, what you love, what you do best. That is the point of self-discovery. So that you are not another person. You know, in the newsroom, there is pressure, competition. There is the one that someone will win 20 awards, investigating journalist of the year. 2000, 2002. You know, you're like, what am I doing in this newsroom? But you do not have the mind to go where they are shooting, and you know, you stand. I'm not like that. If you tell me that they are shooting, probably I'm gonna forget. I don't be me. I don't get liver. And I want all those things there because you need to know thyself. So as knowing myself, what works for me, what I did was in the newsroom, I wrote good stories. I wrote stories as I felt them, you know, and there's nothing like there's a particular way of doing it. That's why we're all different. Your own story, your own way may be different. Embrace what is yours. And for writing good stories, I was noticed. For writing such good stories, then I saw opportunity. if there was, I know that before the nation will organize training, you pray and fast. But other organizations will organize training. If I see, I will apply. You know, to apply, you know, you have to write a lot and they have to find you, give you so before they pick you for any program. So I started doing local training. I will attend, I will write stories. When you now want to apply for bigger opportunities, they'll ask you, show your work sample. All those things were doing when nobody was seeing you. It's what you will pack together and show. And that's what gave me many opportunities I got. Apart from, I got what international program based on my storytelling. I was a keeping up fellow in Ohio State University in 2016. In 2017, I went to Columbia University for any child's care. You know, I saw something, I applied, I didn't know anybody. And they looked through my profile and I was selected for the program. I went to meet for the United Nations Intergovernmental Crime and Justice Research Institute for their cyber threat master plan. They were for journalists, for public affairs officers, and it was a paid training, you know, then. But they said there was limited scholarship for people, for women and people from development and governance. I won the limited scholarship, so I did not pay for the training. But I had to pay my way there. I had to pay for FM, I had to pay for accommodation and everything and my meals. But I don't regret it because that was what opened doors for me. I've been going to Ghana, Gabon, and all those other places. So based on my work too. But that one, I remember when I went to my editor for the letter of introduction and I said, I want to go for it. And I said, so are you going to pay for the students? So why are you going to go for the training that you're going to pay for? In my mind, I was like, don't sign it. Just sign it. This one is not a matter of whether they pay, they did not pay for it. I closed my eyes and paid and sought for funds and I went for that program and I have no regret. Because it's opened other doors for me. So that's what this one is. Take us even if you need to pay for them. And know yourself. Next slide. Okay, now skill development areas. You know, transferable skills. Yeah, actually I said a lot about that. What I have got to do. Yeah, you are a journalist. You do research. You need to up your research skills because there's still a lot to do about that. Sometimes you just read something and just quote anything. You need to now fact check what you quote. Fact check to see whether that research is true, whether that thing is true. You need to, when you have research skills as a journalist, it pays you when you go elsewhere, when you have to use those skills elsewhere. Then presentation, public speaking, as she said so. You spend how many years? You are not there print. I was a print journalist. I wasn't before the camera. But every day you are talking to Honorable this and Mrs. That and the Vice Chancellor of this, and you are going for press conferences, and that it is opportunity for you to start developing yourself. To develop yourself. You are taking interviews, you are transferring, you are thinking on your feet. Interviewing is a skill. You know, because someone is speaking and the person is bringing new information for you to use for your story. And it also means you have to be thinking on your feet because you are thinking 2, 3 things that connecting A to B to C. But you said this. You know, all those things are part of investigation and it helps you. Then subject matter expertise. I covered education mostly. And you know, if wherever you are covering, you need to master that area. You need to learn more about that field because after journalism, that can be where you get your bread in the butter. You can now take certification after like in covering education. then I learned so much about it. If someone calls me now and says, Jack, Jam cannot, Waec cannot. You want to change your name, Waec will not change your name for you. I know this because I've covered Waec I covered Waec for 16, 17 years. You understand? So I know about the education that which area am I interested in? For me, I'm interested in early child development. I like early child development. If I'm going to do, I want to be a subject matter expert in that area. I'm really planning to take a course in that area because it's an area that interests me and I want to be. And I don't want to just talk about it, but journalists, you can be jack of all trades. You say that you're just a journalist. You understand? So you now certify the course. So recently I became interested in health and well-being of journalism because I do the work 15, 16 years. I will work there and I will not skip. Is that affecting my health? So I now started learning about health and well-being, and now I can speak. I know what to take. I know if I want to get the best out of Ghana, I know I need to live with them. I need to talk about about that's going to release my dream. That's going to work on my body. I know how to take merit. I know the available if I need to with fat or with doctor. I know how. Do you understand? These are the kind of things you begin to learn, and you can now take advantage of as a journalist. Then, of course, because we are now in tech, programming, data analysis, and that's not publishing. When I was at the nation, we had planners. I don't know what we need to do right now. We had planners that will be planning the papers. And those planners they can do you shakara. The day they are not interested in you. They want to deal with you. They will not come on time. They will not do your work well. There will be errors. I learned how to plan things by force. I was just like, okay, I'll do it when I don't know what to do. I'll just call what should I do? The press that. So I learned basic planning. They used to use paper. When I moved to the conversation and I didn't know that there was a muscle memory. A kind of muscle memory in the sense that you won't believe that when they now those at the conversation, no planner. Now everybody's on the newsletter roster. They just gave me one training, then one hand holding. And I had to plan newsletter that would go all over the world. And they now said that I was the first person that was trained only once. The muscle memory of planning those pages at the nation.
And coming and
was very handy. I didn't know. So people who come in, maybe my colleagues, those in Ghana, and when after the got basic money, now change the website, they said the website, start everything, and then we have to learn it. Muscle memory worked for me again. I just sat down and I knew what to do. I knew so, and my colleagues were calling me that, how do I do this? How do I do that? I was giving training, over the phone. I will be there, okay, do this, press that. So please, you need to learn some of these skills, but they are very important. And for us now, there's something I need to tell spreadsheet. Please, Excel is very important. Yes, Excel in it, please. If you don't know how to use spreadsheet, please then. We use spreadsheet as the conversation which I did not use at the nation. Fortunately, it was not the calculation spreadsheet. So I think we have some learning to do, to up my game, because spreadsheets are very important in data analysis and data journalism. And they talked about fact checking and artificial intelligence. So I'm not going to talk about that. Then negotiation, is learn to negotiate, because you are going to have to negotiate for yourself with people, and they just do that. Some of these professionals that journalists just treated anyhow, be paid peanuts. Please don't accept it. Know your work and learn to negotiate. Go and take a negotiating course. Then However, you know, the traditional of public relations, but then for those are traditional, there's so much more now. There's departments that they are limited. And what I want to tell you is that please don't be afraid that you can branch out. Right now, to me, I call this era the era of self. You do not need a platform to grow. You do not need a platform. You know that organizational platform. This era has broken that. You don't need the internet, everybody's there. I don't see what you see on TikTok. Today look like professional camera people. They will do it from any angle. They will do, but they will deliver their content. And you see this people, I better ask this question. I think there's one thing they call Bella, what's his name? One Steve Bella, what's his name that is working. And I'm wondering, what is this one up to? You can do much better. And you don't have to wait to get all the training. So, let me just talk about this networking and volunteering. Let me tell you well. You will be talking about nepotism, tribalism, that one is a part of social capital we may not like. But it's intricate. If I want to buy a pair of shoes and I don't know where to get it, I'm going to call my cousin. I'm going to call my classmate. I'm going to call my friend. That is social capital. I will start from the known, who I know, to the unknown. So who I know, I don't know where, I don't tell shoes, but I know somebody. That is social capital. So how are you nurturing your relationship in this organization? That maybe you don't think that, as you said, you think everything is just doing brown and your life. You have to nurture good relationships. So that somebody will say, I know somebody. I went for a goalkeepers conference in 2018 South Africa because an organization recommended me. It was not because I won any competition or anything. They just recommended and Gates Foundation got in touch. Then told me to put in an application, then I had to defend myself. And I was able to do that. You know, when they went for Microsoft, I covered the Microsoft stuff in Abu Dhabi. Same way. Because an organization that recommends this, I know somebody that can do this. That is social capital. How are you using your social capital? Are you modeling the water? Are you making up? It's like my dad explained like a bank account. What are you depositing into the other person's account? Is it credit or debit? You remember your name and say, you should remember your name and say, yes. That is the person. I didn't go think of that person. Then the volunteering aspect that I don't think that you need to volunteer because sometimes they will not pay you. But that volunteerism will give you access to people you would never have spoken to in your life. You learn new skills, you gain new experiences. So that's why volunteering is important. So I think next like the final one. Plan ahead. What are your interests? What are your values? I don't have to get it all, have it all figured out. I did not. I didn't have it figured out. All I knew was that I didn't want to get ready for it. Then you will stumble, please. How many applications? I told you now, I went to Dubai, I went to South Africa, I went to Italy, I went to US. You should ask me how many I did that came that were negative, that I cried. I didn't talk about it, there were many. I said, sorry, we are sorry at this point. You do not qualify, you do not, and I will cry. Sometimes I gave up for a period and I think that, but I will encourage you to encourage yourself because those are just part of that.
When you speak from the heart, you talk the talk. So I'm not going to add or remove from it. Just before I call the next speaker, permit me to recognize the treasurer of Media Career Development Network, who is also a deputy director of news and training, Voice of Nigeria, Mrs. Ugoma. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, I'd like to call on the last speaker for this panel discussion, and she will be talking to us on maximizing multimedia skills. She's no other person than Adebisi Adetunji, Media and Development Communication Specialist. Please welcome her. Welcome, ma'am.
Not for me now. I know the energy is it's been a long day. So I'm going to run through this sketch.
Not want to do coconut, very simple, you can hold it. Coconut, everybody come.
Thank you. Thank you for that energizer. I like you. You just get Jenny sat down. Let them begin their thing. All right. I want to thank Mr. Eko for this opportunity to be here this day. I tell you, it has been a whole massive learning. I'm a writer, so I came with the intent of learning this conference. I did not come with the mindset of finished, and I learned a whole lot. And you are going to be seeing what I'll be doing with Mr. Eko. Yes. All right. I want to greet everyone here, the veterans, colleagues in the industry, and everyone that has stretched this far from the beginning to this time, and of course, and also of course the online audience. I think I'm the icing on the cake. I'm here to just make it sweeter a little bit. There's a lot that has been said, and I would not like to repeat myself. I bring greetings from Ibadan. I came all the way from Ibadan. And I have been in the media industry. I'm an alma mater. My alma mater is the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. I worked over 20 years there before I voluntarily retired. And I'm in development space. I work in the NGO space, both local and international NGO. I've also had the opportunity to mentor and train media professionals by way of what I do. And I'm going to be speaking, that has given me the privilege to talk about what the topic that is before me based on some of the things that I've seen. I'm talking about learning and maximizing multimedia skills. If there's anything that we have been hearing all day is you need to learn, you need to think, you need to do, go beyond where you are. You cannot afford to remain on one spot. Now, how many of us know Kayode? Because of my time, I will not take that. Don't worry. Kayode of Channels TV. Channels.
Sorry.
How many of us are following him? You are following I'm following him on LinkedIn. How many of us, you agree with me that news can be intense, that's the word. And except you are really, after you listen to a few of the headlines, okay, you have heard enough for today, let's move on. What I'm seeing Okikiolu doing is, if you follow him, you can follow him, just check him out so that you can get what I'm trying to say. He has made news a storytelling affair. He has made otherwise boring news where they give you data
They give you all the federal government did this, the United States statistics and all of that. He has made it so interesting. And I watch him and I'm like, is it not news we are watching? Yeah, for me, no, you know, because of the short, the video, the style of presentation, he takes news out of the studio. He took news out of where? The studio. And by that, what is he doing? He is amplifying. He's amplifying his voice, number one. He's extending his platform beyond channels. Because sincerely, some people may not necessarily watch channels. It will be, how do I put the word now to say everybody knows him? No, everybody may not necessarily know him. But being on the social media and telling making news a storytelling format has given him a global voice and a global audience. This last week I was on his page again. I saw that he went to do one MC job in. He said he's entering. He shot the video from outside. Is it Asu Rock? Asu Villa? They're entering the Asu Villa, and I'm like, hey, okay, this platform is expanding. And what was his selling point? I'm sure beyond, oh, these people can talk on TV. They see that he attracts a group of people online. They see that he's thorough with what he does. They see that he's versatile, he's knowledgeable about what he's doing, and they see the creativity. So whether he says something in the news that offends the government, they know that he's a sell for them, because that forum was a youth conference. They know that he's a sell for them amongst the youth. So I want you to take a note of that. Talking about multimedia skills, it is the ability to use a variety of media formats to create content. The ability to adapt your stories using different platforms. Now, because we have a convergence of multimedia channels, do you find radio on social media or not? Yes. You know, they say it's answering on my face in Europe, and they talk, nobody is answering them. Now we are all answering each other. TV is on where? On social media. The print, I'm not sure, maybe educate me. Is Punch still printing, Guardian, all of them? Are they printing hard copies? How many copies are they printing? Oh, you see? So, because now, and I'm happy that the print media caught on a little bit late, but quickly, sort of. Because it was at the time when the bloggers were not the ones carrying the news. When you wake up in the morning, where do you get your news from? Social media, you just, first of all, you scroll. What not so late, you scroll. So if Punch, Guardian, Tribune, all of them, they refuse to be on social media. And like my sister said, what is she even doing? I tell media professionals that I mentor and we do capacity building for. I say, you are busy saying these people, are they trained? And you that you are trained, they are not going anywhere. Why don't you take on your training, your professionalism, learn what they are doing, add it to your own? What will happen? You will blow like Kayode, because Kayode is bringing professionalism, he's bringing creativity, he's using the style of the bloggers, the TikTok people, he's using it to sell an otherwise boring content. So it's not only selling his content, but it's also giving visibility to himself and selling himself. So move away from that. What are they doing? They are not even trained. You that you are trained, what are you doing with what you have? But me, I'm a stickler for learning. If I see anybody doing, maybe, the Gen Z, or they say it's Gen Alpha now, they are doing something, I say, come on, what are you doing that thing? They say, you are don't use don't anti me. Show me what you will have. So I may not be perfect in it, but I want to learn it, to have the basics for myself. Now, I want to quickly say something. Embrace multimedia skill. Embrace it. You don't need to be afraid of it. For new entrants, those of us that are just coming into the profession,
Leverage on the multiple skills to achieve career growth and development. Don't go the way of us, the old school, that it took us time before we joined the race. You that you are starting, embrace it. Find out the job market has changed, though, like we have been hearing since morning. But you move, no, it is soon. And I want to say, apart from the new entrant, I think my biggest challenge is the practicing journalists, already practicing journalists, media professionals. And I want to quickly speak from my heart, like I say to my people. Don't feel overwhelmed by the new media skill. That you have spent 20 years in the industry, you are scared. I'm already too old. Nobody is too old to learn. Nobody is too old to. Age is in the mind. All right? Age is in the mind. If I tell you my age, you'll probably be shocked, as I'm looking smallish like this. Age is in the mind. Do not have a closed mind that it is impossible to learn or acquire new skills. There is no end to learning. You do not need to have a deep knowledge, but acquire the basics of some of the new skills relevant to your work. And then this one, I love this one. Collaborate. Like Theo said, he got somebody to come and do PDF. I have people that work with me. There are some things I do that I don't have those skills. I look for people around me that can do them because I don't want to package rubbish and put out there. So I realize that some certain packaging is what is necessary. Okay, I want to do a video. All right. Currently, I'm developing an online course on one of my set skill area. I'm a radio drama producer. That's one of my biggest strengths in the media. I do radio drama writing, production, directing, and all of that. And I want to make that into something. I can do a bit of video. I can edit. But you know I'm radio, huh? So I went to look for people that can give me something that will be, valuable, not just to the local audience, but an international audience. Think international. Think global. So that you don't have the skill doesn't mean anything. You want to do graphics, you only know the basics. And this thing you want to do, you require a professional expert. Get somebody that knows how to do it in your network that can provide that for you. Terms of multimedia skills quickly, because I said I wasn't going to take time. Storytelling. I think if you are a journalist or you are in the media, you must be a storyteller because that's what we do. Whether you are doing news, you are doing program, whatever it is you are doing, am I correct? You are telling a story. So you must know how to tell a story because it is what you know how to do, the basics, that you now embellish with the digital skills. You cannot tell your stories using video, using podcast, using graphics, the same story in different formats. Creative writing is a skill. You have it. Photography. Everybody is a photographer now. How many of us, when was the last time you went to a party and you agreed that you should take your picture? Remember, you know those people that will come and say, Mommy, I post dada, daddy post dada. How many of us you still agree that they should take you? Most time we just say, Emma, worry, we have phone, all of us, everybody. And by the time somebody brings out an iPhone 15 that is even better than you get what I'm saying. So those cameramen, if they are still waiting for pose very well, they will not stay marketing. So you want to know a bit of photography because you want to use it to create visibility for yourself. And that photography, editing skills is there, Photoshop is there. Video production. Remember I said my background is radio. Because we have multimedia channels, they are converged. You need to know a little bit about everything. Nobody is expecting you to be perfect. Okay, you cannot afford somebody that will do video content you want. Carry your phone. The video may not be perfect, but at least you are bringing in value by way of the content. Your content is valuable. It's just the packaging that you are now managing. Learn a bit of, at least CapCut has made it easy for us now. Everybody can use CapCut. Who cannot use CapCut here? Don't let me embarrass anybody. So a a bit of it will help you. Then you talk about animation. If you really want to go that far, you can learn it. And I can tell you, animation, the market has not started opening. It has just started opening. If you ask somebody to do animation for you, they will not charge you small money. You want to do animation for advertisement, animation for something, it's big money they are charging. So if it's something you are interested in, please, especially for those of us that are just starting out, go and learn it. Because nobody knows the one that we said. All right? Now, still on forms of multimedia skills, social media platforms. You know the one that always surprised me. The use of social media is a skill. How many of us have social media handles, platforms? You are on at least on one. You are at least on one. You are not on any. Okay, you are there, but when was the last time you posted?
Yeah, I forgot to.
1 year, 2 years ago. You can't even remember your password. Please, I beg of you. You see that social media? You see that social media? That is your global visibility skill. You don't have to be on all the platforms. If it is Facebook, I follow some people that are here. I'll just be looking. If it's just Facebook that you want to build, create visibility for yourself. If it is LinkedIn, the professional page, at least you should even have a professional page because you are a professional, right? If it is Instagram, if it is Twitter, you say you are a media professional. You are writing fantastic stories. Nobody can find you except on your newspaper. If you are the type that you publish on, for example, Punch, your social media page, how many of us have noticed that when you publish, you go back to it, there is no engagement on that your news post? Why do you think that is? You have posted it on your organization page. Even you don't believe enough in your story to reshare it on your personal page and promote it. Reshare it on your personal page. I just wrote a sentence. You reshare the link. And you consistently do this. Number one, the people following you will see it. So they may click on it to go and even see what you wrote. Then organizations that want to engage you in that your area of expertise, they'll maybe see you small. Your friends will say, Bukumi, this thing you did, some people are doing, because they are saying that this is your area of expertise. You are here now, somebody say post. You will not even say, I came to Media Career Development Conference. Just take a picture of yourself, selfie time. You take, I was here, and you pinpoint 1, 2, 3 things that you learned and you took away from here. That's part of selling yourself. So let us be thinking. Social media management and marketing is a skill. I have a social media handler that does some of my work for me that I'm paying her. She's working from her home, and I'm not the only one she's working for. Just helping us to write, click on, there's a page I can't handle myself. Because even me, I post. So I just say, handle this page for me. I'm paying her for doing what? She's writing 2 posts per day, 5 days a week. So you want to think about that. Social media analytic tools. You need to be able to analyze your engagement, the number of following, what content is having the highest, highest engagement. It will tell you the kind of content your audience, would like and why they are following you. Podcasts. You are working on radio, you are working on TV. Like Kayode, do short podcasts for yourself now. What's your niche? What are you interested in? Do it. It may look like who is listening to me. Some people will listen to you. They will not necessarily click, like, or do anything. The performance of your post is not by the number of likes. So there are many people that will read it and listen to it or watch it that may not necessarily do anything. So you are probably reaching a wider audience than you think. So what you know to do, put it out there. Learn a little bit of podcasting, a little bit of video editing. Graphic design, it has come to say, it has come to say infographics. People want to see. So if you're on radio and you're just speaking on radio, you're speaking to yourself alone. Mix it up. Okay? If you're on TV, you're just doing behind the camera. There's nothing extra to it. Mix it up. If you are good at writing, blogging. And then the AI tools, a lot has been said. There's AI tool. There was a time we organized a training. Mr. Lekon, you were there in that AI tools, learning AI tools for media. It was virtual. And we learned, even me, I learned because I brought an expert. I was like, this thing is like serious like this. You have AI tools. You see that you went to cover an event, you are transcribing, when you come back, you rewind again. What did they say? There's AI tool that you just put in your audio. Under 2, 3 minutes. Meanwhile, 1 hour, you are still rewinding. You have text to speech. You have speech to text. Use it. That's why you have videos now that they are automated. If you record a video, I do video. You can do automated translation. Then you can now check it and tweak where they call it pardon. IBA. You know, you come and retweak it. But to save you 2 hours of editing or writing, listening to yourself and trying to transcribe. So you need to learn these things. If your boss in the newsroom say, this must get to me by XYZ, you are still rewinding. You will not get there. These days, people can sit here and a story has gone to the newsroom. Because the person knows how to make use of their phone, just take picture, finish writing the story, and before you know it, it's already in the newsroom. Generate images, all right? Generate images. WhatsApp, even on your WhatsApp, there's Meta AI on your WhatsApp. I write some of my posts now, I use Meta AI. If I have an idea, I just say, imagine XYZ image. It brings it out and I keep tweaking it until I get what I want. And I use it for a post. Let's learn all of this. So what are you using social media for? Wrapping up. Are you using it to drag people? Yes. You are dragging people. Those people you are dragging, they are making money. They are making money with your dragging. Network, create visibility for yourself, showcase what you can do. It is the strategic thing to do. Sell yourself, but do not package fake news. Tell the truth about yourself. Don't package. By the time we meet you, we now discover that you're all over there. The meaning is that trust is lost. Trust for you is lost. And I like to wrap up with this because my time is up. My party is short. Multimedia skills. Learn it. Work it by using it after you have learned it. It's not enough to learn. You work it. And then I wrote a book. One of the books I wrote, Modify, Evolve, and Grow for Media Professionals. We are at a stage in the profession, in the industry, where you have to modify, you have to keep evolving, and you have to grow. Thank you very much.
I think that summarizes it. Thank you very much. Put your hands together one more time for Adekunsi Adetuji. Thank you very much. All right, our online audience would like to thank you for your patience and also your interaction. If you have any question, please drop it in the chat box. Do we have any questions from them? Thank you. No, thank you. Are there any other questions in the house? I believe that, okay, we'll take one. Thank you. Just one, because we should have closed by 2:30, but we're dragging to 3 now, and we need to run very fast. Tell us your name and your question. Okay, just a comment, that's fine.
Okay, my name is Tosin Ishibe, a journalism editor, also a journalist by training. So what I want to say is that for what I've said today, the reason why I'm in journalism today, or the benefit I'm getting in journalism today, I ascribe some of them to many of the people who are firstly, that for you during my IT days, And even this was argued. Remember when I was press club president, we did like send a lot of stories to her. This worship and ensure that she helps us. Even Theo, remember when we need to organize the program, we used to plan on time and we need emergency speakers. Remember the time Theo was there. Bisaya Shioko, at that time, Bisaya was still going from one known media, but today I see that so all these people that mentioned a product of people that. So what I want to just say is that for the young ones that are here, please let's take a cue from what people have said. Most of them have labored and now they are reaping it. When they were laboring, the money was not there. And the same thing happened to me. When I was selling, I was learning up and down, money was not there. In fact, the generation of young people that we have today, they are terrible with. Sorry. You called me that you want to do IT, and the next thing you're asking me is, how much am I going to pay? I sent the best student in my department, I lecture at the Design University, Department of Mass School. The best student in my department, the first student, I sent that student to Mr. Koduri. And she sent a text to Mr. Koduri, are you going to pay me to do NYSC? Do you understand? So those are the challenges. And I want to use, this is the last example. I want to use Sheikh Badi as an example. Maybe like a year or 2 years ago, just got across that, he likes to be writing. I said, I can join our plasma. So as part like he joined, and it was like I just want to write and publish. Aside him, there are other people that also joined. But today now, he's with us, he's still working with us as a reporter. It might be paid stipend, but today, this is over like 2 years now. How many young people can dedicate their time to learn? Because anytime he's leaving us, I'm sure that if he gets any place, he can now negotiate because he has the skills. So many of the young people, they don't have the skills, they want to learn from you and they want you to pay them. So please, volunteering is very, very important. And it goes beyond what speaker has said, but discover yourself. And also the last speaker that talked about making use of AI tools. Make use of AI tools, but cross-check. If you interview somebody and you put it on AI tool to transcribe for you, you'll be seeing a lot of rubbish. Maybe if the name is Oluwatosi, you can see Tyler. He will change some name for you. If you don't go right and read it and you go and publish it like that, you put yourself into trouble. So while those AI tools are available to assist us, to help us make our work better, we also need not to rely, because it's between AI and then human intelligence now. If you give human intelligence for AI, it's going to rubbish you. So please don't let us delegate our brain, because it's that brain that was used to develop AI. You ask the IT people that did it. So please let us try and have a balance between that. Thank you very much.
Very much. I remember that when David talking said before AI came, we have television and radio. Radio didn't drive away television. Television didn't drive away online. So we will always have everyone at meeting point. For us is to continue to read and ensure that we are upscaling our game. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, MTN, are you still there? Thank you very much for your support. Doctor, I just want to be sure that you are still there. All right. Very quickly, we want to go into okay, we want to go into the awards, but before that, just 5 minutes for the awards. Before, okay, for the introduction. Okay, before we do the award, we would like to do the launch of media career development network membership project. You're welcome. And I'll be handing over the microphone to Eunice and your family for this next round of academic. Put your hands together for me.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have 5 minutes, so I want to go through my slides. Just briefly, as brief as possible. My
My name is Unitayo Calvin, and I work with Media Career Development Network. So this afternoon, it is my singular honor to introduce to us Media Mastery Network. And basically, it is an online mentorship platform. One of the things Media Career Development Network is known for is mentoring. We mentor young journalists and even seasoned journalists. So we are putting all of this together into a structure, and we are creating a product for it. Now we are having like a mentorship platform where mentees can come and find mentors that would mentor them based on their area of specialization. So this is the product test. This is the pilot test rather. We've not totally launched the main product, but we want to go on a pilot test for the next 2 months to know how good it is faring in the market and what we can do to optimize it better. So why am I here? I am here basically to let us know that yes, we are putting a structure around mentoring, and it is an open platform to everybody, not just a subset of people. It's an open platform to everybody, and in the course of time, we would all be I'll be passing around a barcode. All you have to do is scan the barcode, and then you get a form to fill as a mentee. Once you fill the form, you get your database, and we reach out to you on what the next step is. Also, we are not just onboarding mentees, we are also onboarding mentors. So if you'd like to be a mentor on the platform, you feel like you have a lot of experience, you want boarding journalists to benefit from, yeah, you're welcome as well. And lastly, because I have this 5 minutes to do all of it, I'll just take us to the last slide where I have the barcode. The last slide, please. So the last slide is where I have the barcode for us all to scan. Yeah, that's the barcode. Yeah, great. So the barcode, just scan it as a mentee, just scan the barcode. And if you're able to scan it here, the paper will be passed around. If you don't get the paper before you leave, once you get to the registration desk, you can either drop your email address, we'll reach out to you, or you scan the barcode at the registration desk. One thing I just want us to put, okay, yeah. Thank you, sir. So we'll leave the barcode there, but to also reiterate it, the main goal is just to create a platform where mentees can come and find mentors that will guide them and help them to know what to do and how to do. I hope I've been able to help us all know the benefits of Media Mastery Network, and in the course of time, we'll get to know more about it. Thank you very much for your audience, and we'll have a good afternoon.
I think that's our next step, which is a good one to go. We know that we have great talent in the house today, veterans, and also upcoming journalists, including student journalists. We don't want to take these gathering for granted. We should harness these resources and moving forward to the next level. One more time, thank you very much. For those whose phones are not compliant to scanning the barcode, please, Ayobami, where are you? Can you stay somewhere close so that people can come to you and get this scanned? Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, including our online guests, it's been a long day, but we won't do this without appreciating all media groups who have contributed to the upliftment of the society using their platform. I'm not the one that will do the next assignment. I'd like to call on our convener, who is also the executive director of the Media Career Development Network, Mr. Lekon Otufodore, to come and do all the honor of this next assignment, which is awards and career development commitment. Please put your hands together one more time as we welcome Mr. Otufodore. You're welcome. That speaker now, please give him a big one. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank all of you for staying this long. I'm trying to end our 2:30 of that platform, and I really appreciate patience. We appreciate those who are online, and your presence has really made a lot of difference. I want to thank all the speakers. We are just asking ourselves what you are packed into just one day could have been more than this. But be sure that some of these people are still going to break down. We are recording everything live and everything on Zoom.
So they are going to be available to be able to share, break them down so that some of us can sit down and digest some of those knowledge that have been shared. So why are we giving awards? This is not the speaker award that we are doing it just for any other reason. We are doing it to appreciate those who have supported us over time. We are doing it because we've had, there have been talk about collaboration, which is very, very important. So about I think 3 years ago, talking about ideas like TO and some other people mentioned. If you are running an organization, you must think about new products. So about 3 or 4 years ago, we said, what can we do? It occurs to us that we can produce what we call Nigeria Media Capacity Development Report. So every year, we wait till the end of the year and we'll compile all the trainings that happened in the previous year. We put it in the report. And the reason was that so that people can know where to find who is doing what, who is supporting the media, who is providing training. Because you have to say there are no training, there are no opportunity, but people are doing a lot of work. And so we came up with the idea. So like you have, sometimes that idea, you don't have the money, but you must do it. So when we started Nigeria Media Capacity Development Report, we are not printing. We do the e-copy and put it online. Send it to people. So we have PDF that we could share. We did the second one. When we are going to do the third one, before this one, I just mentioned to a younger colleague that we've been doing this thing without to do. He said, but who have to ask for money? So we know that business, but you don't know how to ask people for money. You know, you must also know how to ask for support. So he said, why don't you talk to Monetary Center? And I sent an email to Motukayo in December. And typically by December, they are gone or not, they are closed and whatever. And Motukayo said, we are shut down operation, but because of you, so I have someone talk about social capital. Because it is you, we can do something. So that year, they started with something. So sometimes the support will not be big, small. The first year, maybe just 200,000. Second year, something big. And this year, see what they have done for us. So that is how to ensure. So if we didn't come out with this product, we will not be asking for support. We will not have been able to say to other people that this is what we can do. So we are compiled. So what we have decided to do is to give a commendation award to all the people who are doing great things. There is a lot of media opportunity that people are providing, and we must appreciate it. That's why we are doing this. We have 2 categories: one for the NGOs and the organizations that have been doing media programs. We are going to call those around. All of them are not around. Some people in South Africa, some people in Abuja, but for people in Lagos, we give them the award. We take time to go and give the other people later. Then we have the corporate communication support. We have some organizations who have also been supporting us, or they have been supporting somebody else. Something happened yesterday. I won't mention it, but just to try to how this thing happened. So we're trying to get an organization that we think to give an award. They didn't know that we are going to give this award. We even decided about it very late. And eventually I got to the contact person. And I said, you have this award, can you send your email to organization? He sent the email, but he said, well, we can't support this award. So the assumption is that if we give award because we want maybe immediate support. And because that's not the particular case, I said, we are not asking for support. I sent the flyer. And good enough, let's say, my apologies, I misinterpreted your message. So we were able to clear that. So, and that's also because we recognize what they are doing. That company has been supporting journalists for more than 7 years. They've been doing a Pan-African award. You know, and so we felt that somebody must tell them well done. And that is why we are doing, because we want more people to support the media. That's why we are doing this. So I will just, without any order of, I will mention the name. If there's nobody here for them, we'll move on.
And if somebody is here for that organization, they will step forward and will present their award. I want Mrs. Cookie. Yeah, Mrs. Cookie. Mrs. Cookie, not Cookie. Sorry, that's why she's not answering. Her name is Mrs. Cookie. Cook with Y. That's what she always says. Cook with Y. So, Mrs. Cookie is our board member. So, she's going to present the award to some of the organizations that are here. I'm going to start with Africa Check. Please step forward. I'm thinking of this one. You don't want to talk. I can move. Yeah. Just question with the presentation. So we would have loved to read some short presentation, but we'll not go through that. But the point to say is that Africa Check is one of the pioneering organizations that started Africa Check. One thing I remember, just a little backstory. I remember that the founder of Africa Check used to be an AFP correspondent in Nigeria. And he mentioned that the reason why he started Africa Check was because when people were writing about vaccination that was wrong, he was feeling good that he was not reporting it. But later somebody said, it's not enough not to report misinformation, it's important to correct misinformation. And so that was the thing that gave back to Africa Check. Africa Check is the pioneering fact-checking organization in Africa, and they are spread. So once again, congratulations, and thank you for coming. So Mama, okay. Emma. So please, can we only take the first award? I want the executive director, the host, to be in the picture. So be inside of the picture. Apologies. It will just be on the window, that's all. And the next awardee . So the world is watching you, whatever you're doing, just make sure you're doing it well. Whether in the public play or inside your room, you never know who's watching. Africa Check, thanks for breaking the ground in fact checking. So the next one will be Journalism Clinic and NLLG. Mr. Taiwo, please, we can put our hands together for him. He's one of the frontline persons in ethical journalism. Please, can we have the plate?
we are bringing it, like you had, Fatai Wobi is not just veteran journalist, it's somebody who has innovated and is gone into publication, advertising, printing, and is now doing this training. It's also connected on behalf of NNLC because they have also supported the media a lot. They've done a lot of training, and I think that they deserve to be commended. They are still doing a lot of training, and it's important to be able. Hello. Okay.
I do not forget.
The cable news journalism. I think I saw one of the editors around. The cable news. The cable is one of the Nigeria's groundbreaking online news platform that has revolutionized online journalism. Sometimes people don't believe that you can take professional journalism online until the cable came. Yes. So this is in recognition of your contributions to the journalism profession, providing resources in training, in support, and sometimes in grant too. Thank you very much. The same award is also going to the International Center for Investigative Reporting, Abuja, ICIR. Mr. Dayayeto is not here, but we have a representative. The ICIR. Thank you for your continuous support for the PEM profession. And the next will be Media Rights Agenda. This is also a recognition of your continuous support for the PEM profession. About MRA. So MRA is Media Rights Agenda, and this is an organization that was founded by journalists long ago. A short story. 1998. I was trying to get I wanted to go to Thompson Foundation UK, and I needed somebody to introduce me. Edith Ojo, founder of the ED of MRA, gave me a note that I went to Abuja and I got a 3-month expensive pay trip to UK, 1998. So that organization has been there. And I remember that time they would bring newsletter to our office when they were informed. Journalists will not open, the many people want to use us to make money. They want to get grants, that's why they are doing this. But because I was able to access that information from that newsletter, I went to it. When I came back, they said, how did it happen? I said that newsletter. The next time they bought the newsletter, everybody took their own. And within 6 months, Punch issued a memo and said, before you apply for a fellowship, you must take permission because many people are traveling. But before then, I think they wanted to use us to make money. You know, so it's important that we do. So they've been here for so long and they are still strong. They fought for the freedom of information law for 10 years, and they got that bill to be passed. So kudos to them. The next is
AFIYP.
African Foundation for Young Media Professionals. They are represented here, and I also think that they have been doing tremendous work supporting journalists, both young and old. They've also started the Ability Center recently. I'm aware that the founder is in South Africa now, where she is participating in the African Innovation and Technology Conference. And they're doing a lot, and I think they should be honored. And I'm aware they still have another training that is coming up very soon. So congratulations.
Okay, Human Rights Journalist Network, Nigeria. We have Kehinde Adegboyega, the Executive Director of Human Rights Journalist Network, Nigeria here. This is in recognition and appreciation of your continued support to the pen profession, providing technical support in terms of training, sometimes in terms of subscription for software, training on encryption, and of course, we are waiting for the grant part of it. We hope very soon you'll be providing 10,000, 20,000 the support as grant for journalists. I said dollars.
Network has been doing it young, but that's also a possibility. Sometimes you think some people have been doing it and start your own. They started, I think, about 2-3 years, and they've been doing. Please come. I know that you're a member of the organization. That's why you are hyping them. So, but I think young people have been doing a lot of work around digital rights. They held a lot of webinars, and they're expanding to West Africa. So I think so we know that some people are not. Is there any media video that is affected that here that we have not called started around? You know. So sorry, but please come forward, please. The Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, please step forward. Coming, please come. Just so just some quick mention. Just this morning, I sent a message to the meeting, and I said, I know it was in South Africa. So I said, you have an award. You know that you're in Abuja, but you can send somebody. And he said he will send someone. And we are glad that here. So CGID is going to be the Premium 9 Center for Investigative Journalism. But today, they have expanded their work, and I don't want to say they are doing it alone. They are doing a lot of work. And they have expanded, they are doing training in energy, they are doing work in West Africa, they are fact checking, so many things, artificial intelligence. They have a program coming in December, and I think one of the reasons why we are not doing that, we want people to do that they can work and you can access, so that you can also participate. That's why we say thank you, like this material support. Yes. Thank you. IBC. International Press Center. Again, this is one of the very old NGOs that we have in this country. Been around since I think 1998, 99. And there's been a lot of work around journalism training, women, a lot of press freedom, a lot of media monitoring work. And so once again, congratulations. You have somebody for that there. No. Center for Media and Society, anyone from there. And then this is for Center for Media and Society that needs to be Media and Society. They a lot of work in the broadcast sector in terms of regulation. Somebody having more than somebody will see for that. Particular was around earlier, but he had to go. He feels like having been introduced as somebody who has done a lot of work around the health and the anti-training. So we have one for journalism against is one of the organizations that started long ago. They are now doing a lot of work in terms of tuberculosis and HIV and reproductive health. So we now call on MCN. We want to thank the representative for saying so they came very early, and I need not repeat that MCN has been supporting the media. I think the icing of the cake in the present program that is being done with Pan-Atlantic University. As well, they have been supporting journalists in 6 months program that takes them to South Africa and a lot of learning. As media career, we wrote an editorial recently where we said that training was structured. And people think that something that we can continue to do and support and media. For media mentors, online and not to people like the Polaris Bank representative was here, but he had to go back. Rashid Polaris, but he sent his apologies. We do this presentation to them in the office. Do you have anybody from Nestle or PwC or Dangote? And Nestle. It's okay. So we are going to do the presentation later. So once again, we want to thank you for doing this. I would like to ask the FGM representative, maybe you have one word to say. Hello, sir. Okay. Maybe you just want to say something about what that you people do, supporting the media and
Hello, hello.
and after you call on Mr. Lokejon to say something on behalf of the media and you.
Okay, Dr. Robert, it's welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think I'm going to be exactly the special. I want to say thank you. Just take it. Thank you very much.
I don't get to join the first something on behalf of the media NGOs.
You know, when you appreciate what somebody is doing, then the person is able to show it more. So we are not taking this award for granted. We are taking it that we are being appreciated for the work and by the grace of God, we are promising to take our reform. Once again, thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, okay.
Before the closing remarks, by Blessing Ontomogo, who is our program officer, we see that we have what we call commitment. What did I call it?
Yes, commitment.
Commitment. What we mean by commitment is that, like Mr. Taiwo said, think and do something. We know that some people have left, but what we want to ask of those of you who are still around is, so this is the last day of October. So we still have November and December. What we are asking is there something you still want to achieve between now and the end of this year? Please write it down and commit to our ushers. Let us work with you so that that thing can be achieved. So that's what I say is a commitment. Is there something you still want to do before the end of this year or early next year? Write it down so that we can see how we can support you, especially if you have to do with your career. So that we can remind you. We can tell you, this is what you say you are going to do, this is what you need to do, this is what you think is possible that you can do, this is what somebody is doing in that area. So that's why we say it's a commitment. Even for those online, is there something you want to do about your career before the end of this year or early in the new year? Write it down. Drop it on chat box. But if you are here, if it's just one thing, just write one line, drop it to our audience so that and put your contact details and then so that we can follow up. That's the thing of commitment. And I'm sure that working together we can achieve a lot. So with that, I'm going to ask our program officer, Blessing, to come up for the closing remark. Or you want to talk?
Because I think we have a comment online because just like we are running up in the physical venue, we should also give audience to those online. Yes, you have a comment from our online audience.
All right, so there's been a lot of comments here.
Can you just mention names and read through?
Now, the last one we have here is from Mrs. Jokel Kujenya, the Executive Director of Media Mentors Academy. She's saying thank you to the organization for encouraging their efforts, and she's appreciating Mr. Somi for helping with the
Is
there any other one? Can you take one more or two?
Someone here is talking about how this program has been an impactful one for her so far, and she's thanking the organizers for putting it together. Another person is looking forward to more engagements like this.
Thank you very much to all our online audience. We are most grateful for your patience since morning till now, and we appreciate your engagement with us. Here we are the Abiodun Shobanjo Media Center at the Mass Comm Department of University of Lagos. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, like you know, every good thing that starts well also must end well. I'd like to hand over to Blessing for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all so much. Thank you for coming. We have come to the end of this conference, very first media career conference. I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed to making this event a sounding success. And Buzi, Kwayo, a South African entrepreneur, author, and businessman once said nothing worth done alone, and nothing done alone is scalable. So on this note, I'd like to thank the organizing team and Media Career Development Network for putting this conference together, for all your efforts, the meticulous planning that you have done to ensure that everything runs smoothly. Your commitment to excellence is evident, and it has been a pleasure to see that all our hard work has paid off. So I'd like to thank Mr. Mayowa Adeniran, Mr. Sheye Joseph, Eunice Ayobami, Mr. Somi Faloki, Mr. Dayo Emmanuel, Mr. Noah Aderoju, Mr. Daniel Kelechi, Mr. Blessing Osamova, to our Executive Director, Mr. Lekon Otukodurian, to our wonderful interns. We say thank you so very much. And I also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speakers, panelists, who have shared their wealth of knowledge, experience, and insights. Your dedication to the advancement of journalism and media is truly inspiring. We appreciate you so much. And to our sponsors and partners, thank you for your invaluable support. We appreciate you. And lastly, we would like to say thank you to our participants. On this note, I would like us to give a very resounding round of applause to ourselves. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you. We do not take your presence for granted. Thank you so much. And as we conclude, and as we go to our various places, I would like us to continue the networking we have all had yet that we have shared. Let's carry this forward. The relationships we build, let's continue to support them as we go forward. Thank you so much for coming, and God bless you. Thank you.
Very much, Blessing. Can we be upstanding as we officially signal
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request.
God bless Nigeria. Thank you everyone for coming. Don't leave Nigeria, don't leave Lagos State, don't leave media career development. All right. The books are outside. Please make sure you pick a copy for yourself. My name is Nitelomo Oduebo, signing out. Thank you very much.
Let me show you.